Okay, cool. Just before we get started, we'll just wait for a few more. I'm going to really break this up into, I think, the three processes that are happening in the Celsius chapter 11 right now. The first is the Celsius reorg plan with Nova Wolf as the sponsor. The second update is competing bids and liquidation type of competing bids. And the third thing is an update on the whole shareholders and creditors case and making sure you understand the next actions and the different types of actions. So those are the updates we're going to do, and then we'll take as many questions as we can. Other creditors that know a lot about different parts of the process, they can come up and be speakers as well. And I'm just going to mute it for a bit. Mary, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I hear you great. If everyone in this room right now can retweet the room, as Simon said, that way those that were trying to get the other link to work, that one is not working. So if you can please be so kind to retweet the room so your fellow creditors will know where to go, that would be great.
Does anyone know? Is that link dead now? Maybe if I need to end it or something, and then everyone will figure out we're on another link. I'll just try and do that for a sec. Okay, cool. I cancelled the old space, so if anyone goes to that link, they won't be hanging around there, and they'll figure it out soon enough. Okay, all right. Well, let's get started with some concepts. I just want to make sure that everybody's kind of on the same page right now. It feels like April is a really critical month for us. There were several updates. The three things I want to go through is the Nova Wolf reorg. Essentially, there was a new document that hit the docket. I got to find a better way of organizing these links and stuff. But if you scroll through my Twitter, you'll find the various links. We had this deadline on the 31st of March in order to put out a disclosure statement. The disclosure statement didn't come out, but it came with a updated terms and a request to release the statement on the 12th of April. So on the 12th of April, we're meant to be getting the updated disclosure statement. And they I think they met their deadline of the 31st of March in order to file their, what they filed. And so now we're at the stage where they've got till the 12th to put out their disclosure statement. And they also put out a motion to extend the bidding process. And so we're still on the same bidding timetable. So what have we got so far? Well, we know that Celsius selected Nova Wolf, and Nova Wolf was made the stalking horse. And they originally requested, there was a motion out there in order to try and get compensation on expenses for setting up the reorganization plan and working through. And that was about, a $5 million breakup fee and $13 million of expenses. Now, that got approved, and but it was pending the disclosure statement. And so we can wait and see what the actual disclosure statement is before the decision about whether to actually formally approve that can be made. But essentially the Nova Wolf are the stalking horse at this stage, and they're going to be releasing their disclosure statement within the terms that they did publish, which came at the final hours on the 31st. There was the custody settlement had already been reached, and so those that are in custody will be going through a process of deciding whether they want to settle. There was also a withhold settlement, so the $14 million or so that were stuck in withhold, not really too relevant to the total estate, but if you're in there, you would have received an email to vote on whether you want to take that settlement. And we're still, unless I've missed something, we're still waiting for full details on the borrower settlement. Once we've got that, we can then start to understand the framework for earn, which is the bulk of the people. And so if you think about the reorg plan is going to have to settle with custody, and those that had their funds in custody, they've got their settlement agreement. Settle with withhold, settle with the borrowers, and they've created a business model whereby the borrowers will be renegotiating their loans. And originally, it was all going to be put up with ETH collateral that would be owned by the new company, and that could generate income through staking. And then either the new co would start receiving interest income from those renegotiated loans. There was a bit of pushback around having the collateral backed by ETH. And I think we're going to see something whereby there's the option of backing it by Bitcoin, and there's the option of paying off loans early in order to get a haircut on that collateral, or staying for the whole 6 years. And so we still don't have the full terms of that. And then obviously, whatever people's decisions make will impact how much coins are left to be distributed for Earn. The Earn plan is where we, as Earn holders, will become equity holders in the new company. And the new company will be not a fund, but an operating business, which becomes an important distinction for the regulatory disclosures. And mainly because the vast majority of the plan is a Bitcoin mining company. And it will also have a staking business and staking revenue. And it will also have a bunch of, smaller private equity investments. And those will all be put into a new co. And they will also have a business plan for the various other activities that they want to pursue in the future. Their goal, in their words, and when we get the disclosure statement, we'll know more, is to try and achieve a multiple returns for the earned creditors. And they're building a plan that they believe will achieve that. And that's what the disclosure statement is meant to achieve. And they will receive, Nova Wolf will receive fees from this new company. And that will be an annual admin fee, and a fee based upon the net asset value and the equity value each year. And so that's what the earn settlement will get. In order to achieve that, they're looking for, interestingly, the exact numbers that I said would probably be needed a long time ago. The numbers that we do know is they put 150 million of capital that there'll be that creditors will pay for. And they're injecting 45 million, so approximately 195 million. And if you remember, I think a while back I said that it's probably going to be 200 million that would be needed in order to push this business forward and get the mining company all restructured. And obviously, a restructuring involves taking out the debt that the current Celsius owes to us, and we get restructured where we end up for a debt for equity swap, as it were. We end up with equity that will be a security token that they're calling EST, the equity share token. And then we'll align our interests whereby we get a cut of the management share token, and everybody else is settled. That plan is assuming that the reorganized entity has a claim and creditors have a claim against the majority of assets in Celsius, which at this stage is not 100% clear. So which comes into the next stage. The next stage is that I know of two incredibly reputable syndicates that are putting and submitting competing plans as we speak. I've had meetings with those syndicates, and the UCC and various advisors were on those calls, and Celsius and Kirkland and Ellis and their advisors were on those calls. And so I know for a fact that those competing bids exist. And in supporting them to try and put together the best competing offer, they understand the range of differences based upon many of the videos that we've released. Many of the people, if you know, a while back, I put together a video on how to put together the best bid. And I talked about all the different types of things that different different plan sponsors can compete on. And a couple of those plans that I've seen are really what I would call a more controlled Chapter 11 liquidation. And so we should expect to see a controlled Chapter 11 liquidation plan, as well as a reorganization plan. Both of those are slightly different because the reorg plan would be considered, where some money is invested. Therefore, it is aiming to create a multiple of returns for people through a higher risk play. And a controlled Chapter 11 liquidation would expect to give people a lower risk, distribution of their assets, and then a potential way to kind of control the process of liquidating the assets over time, so that people would expect to lock in the loss, but it would be, as opposed to a Chapter 7, where a Chapter 7 would be a trustee would take over, sell all the crypto, dollarize everything, and move it in that direction. So that's the second thing that is happening. So you've got this Celsius sponsorship plan, which leads to a disclosure statement, a competitive process based upon the stalking horse, where we expect to see some controlled Chapter 11 liquidation plans. And when we get the disclosure statement, there really should be a comparison between a straight out liquidation and the expectations versus the reorganization plan. And so we get to hopefully see all of those things, so that we can try and make the decisions that are right for us as creditors. Now, at the same time, a spanner has been kind of thrown in the works for creditors, and that is that there is a court process whereby shareholders believe that they hold a claim against the assets, and creditors believe that they hold certain claims against the assets. And many of the processes and our understanding of what's been happening over the last 8 to 9 months become incredibly important in the outcome of what belongs to shareholders and what belongs to creditors. And so if you haven't watched it, a while ago, I released a video on my YouTube channel where I went through the relationship between shareholders and creditors. And I'll try and recap some of it, just the basics, but that has really hit the front of mind. And there's a third process that is happening side by side. So process 1 is the reorg. Process 2 is the stalking horse competitive bids with controlled Chapter 11 liquidations. I believe that both of those would be better than a chapter 7 from my perspective. And the third process is ensuring and determining in court who owns what. And so several different tweets and documents were put out in the last week, and now a process has been defined and proposed by the UCC, and we get to and that really the timeline for it pushes us right out until June, July, when the final vote and the implementation of the plan is meant to take place. But I would expect this to carry on for the rest of the year. And so I do believe that all the process has been defined, but as we know, um, all the best intentions, there's an incredible number of things that can happen. And so I think this process goes on for the rest of the year. But what was released was the Celsius UCC updated their complaint against Alex Mizhinsky, other insiders, and the fraud and misrepresentation and various other things that happened. The violation of uh, securities laws and various other things. And they put that out there so that we can have a template to understand many of the things that Alex Mizhinsky and the other insiders did wrong. The reason for that is because Alex Mizhinsky is most likely not a creditor; he's a shareholder, and so over 50% of the company that would benefit from the shareholders is Alex Mizhinsky himself, and so all of the examiner report, the civil cases that have been filed by the New York Attorney General, and the Celsius UCC complaints all become relevant in where this case goes next. And so, what the UCC did is, if you look at their Twitter profile, they released an FAQ which every single creditor should read very, very carefully. And it laid out what I'm going to explain, and I'll try and take as many questions as we can. But what has happened right now is the bar date where we file claims has been updated till the 28th of April. And the reason that's been updated is because we all need to file forms in line with what comes next. Now, people are quite distressed about that, and people are stressed about that because it's not the easiest process. It's not easy to understand. But over the coming weeks, more and more information is going to be released, and everybody needs to start preparing for submitting their form. And that's simply because of the process that I'm trying to outline right now that was covered in detail in a prior video. But to put it in summary, everybody should read the FAQ. But both Celsius, represented by Kirkland and Ellis, and the UCC, represented by White and Case, they put forward an argument that creditors have claim against all of the 11 entities that make up Celsius. And so Celsius is a group of companies that were structured. Now, when Alex Mizhinsky realized that there was a ginormous hole in what they owed their customers versus what they had, a strategy looks like it was formed in order to benefit shareholders by taking a bunch of client money, borrowing against it, and building out an almighty Bitcoin mining operation, and then taking that company public. And then the shareholders would have benefited from that. And if all went well, the funds would have been returned. And there were some intercompany loans that were structured in order to try and fill the hole, as it were. So obviously, bet long and did replicated the mistakes that took down many of the banks in the recent Silicon Valley Bank and Signature and Silvergate saga, but really doing the Bitcoin equivalent with no FDIC insurance, and to a much, much more fraudulent scale. And so those fraudulent activities, all creditors need to put on their form because of just what's happened in this case. And so, because of that, the equity holders also feel equally as shafted by Maszynski and the previous management because they believe that they were misrepresented an investment in a mining company and various other assets. And the way that it was structured has meant that they never got involved in any kind of relationship with the customer. They simply invested in a company, and there's this big mess around because Maszynski was trying to hide the whole IPO the company, all of that mess. And it has created essentially the situation that we're in right now that needs to be figured out in court. And so the preferred equity, of which, the people that invested in the Series B, and the largest shareholder being Alex Maszynski with over 54% through a different entity, basically have claims. Basically they believe that the customers have claims against the US entity, which is Celsius Network Limited. And so when we're filing a claim form, we're filing to get our coins back from Celsius Network LLC, which is a US entity. That is a subsidiary of the UK parent company. The UK parent company was chased out of the UK because it didn't have its collective investment scheme licenses, and it didn't have its virtual asset licenses in order to perform the activity. And so in a rush to try and fix that, it broke all of the US securities laws that then led to this whole custody process and all the withhold and all the settlements that are happening from there. And so the preferred equity, they've argued that customers only have a claim against Celsius Network LLC, which is a subsidiary US entity that we signed up with the terms and conditions. The other argument, and this was one in court, is that equity have a claim against Celsius Network Limited. So that was the original UK company. It's the parent company that owns all of the subsidiaries underneath it. And it includes, underneath the assets of that company that the equity holders believe they have a claim against, it includes $1 billion of cryptocurrency that was fraudulently taken from customers that were using the illegal service. It also includes the mining operation and the mining subsidiaries. It includes a bunch of private equity where, Maszynski decided that he was going to operate as a hedge fund and a VC fund and invest in private equity. And also the proceeds from GK8, which was auctioned off for approximately 44 million, is going through an Israeli Chapter 11 process as we speak. One big almighty cock-up all round, from Celsius, from the UCC, from previous management, and a whole bunch of fraud and everything in between. So here, where do we find ourselves right now? So in the FAQ, the UCC said that there is an intercompany loan between the UK company, which is Celsius Network Limited, and that was lent to Celsius Network LLC, which is the US entity. That loan was originally reported on the original Chapter 11 filing as approximately $9 billion. But at some point, it looked like an SBF happened within Celsius, where magically 7,000 records disappear. And even the examiner, even though we paid them 20 million, could not figure out how to value these transactions and which entity they go to and who owns them. And so in the examination report, there was a revaluation of that loan from $9 billion to approximately $3.5 billion. Now, the lower that number goes, the more that the assets that the equity holders have claim against, is worth, because they could pay off the loan, as it were, using the value of the assets. And so there is a court process right now to determine what the hell happened in that $9 billion when it got valued at $3.5 billion. And the equity holders are now arguing that they don't have enough information. It was a trust me, bro type of thing. And these 7,000 deleted or disappearing records that went missing, kind of FTX, SBF style, were, were likely some kind of fraud or any kind of claim. So these all become important because that intercompany loan, however it's valued, will determine how much belongs to equity holders and how much belongs to creditors. That process is going to work itself out in court, and it involves, hiring different parties to do a bit more of a investigation on that. And really, that should have been one of the vital things that was covered in the examiner report, but it was more like a footnote than anything else. So if anyone wants to go deep into it, go to the examiner report. The other defense, so firstly, is if that intercompany loan is a large number, then creditors probably have entitlement to most of the value of the assets. If that intercompany loan is a small number, then equity shareholders may have entitlement to a bunch of those assets. But there were two other ways of defending, and these are going to be battled in court. One is substantial consolidation, which essentially is what happened. And substantial consolidation is that all of these 11 companies were really operated as one company, and the Celsius and UCC will determine whether that's a defense, and then that would result in creditors having significantly more of the assets if they were all just really substantially consolidated and operated as one company, even though they were 11. And the other is customers, i.e. you, as a creditor, and shareholders, they essentially have claims for fraud and all sorts of various other things, and negligent misrepresentation and all sorts of stuff. And so the complexity is that now all of the creditors and shareholders are going to be filing claim forms with their case of why they think that they should maintain their right to sue for fraud and negligent misrepresentation. And so that's where the report that the UCC released, the examiner report, and the fraud allegations from the New York Attorney General help in you adding to your claim form that not only do I want to claim for the coins, but I also want to claim against the other entities and some of the management insiders for fraud, negligent misrepresentation. And if you go back to the FAQ, the Celsius UCC release, that's where you can get an FAQ where they're explaining what fraud is and what negligent misrepresentation is, and those they're guiding essentially the types of things that you need to claim, because that is the third defense. Now, the intercompany loan could resolve it, and that's going to be an ongoing investigation, and a time frame has been suggested by the UCC for all the forensic work and investigation to resolve itself, which I think both the shareholders, Celsius and UCC, are in the process of agreeing. The second defense of consolidation, will be fought out in court. That's the second one. Or the third one is that you have a claim. And so shareholders end up with a bunch of assets and you have a claim for fraud and non-contract claims is what they call it. And so the only way to maintain those claims is to, again, none of this is legal advice. I'm not a lawyer. I'm just unwinding the process and trying to give it for people to understand what moves they need to make over the weeks ahead. They need to file a claim form for both their contract claims, which is their coins from Celsius Network LLC. And if you're a borrower, then you had an agreement with a different entity, which I think is Celsius Lending LLC. And so there were two different SOFA forms submitted where everyone can look up their borrow and collateral claims, or they can look up their earn claims. And you have a claim for your coins, and then attaching an additional fraud and negligent misrepresentation claim and anything else that you want. Now, they can't just give you a template because you have to speak of it from your experience. And so that's causing people a bit of distress. But that's really the third thing. It may not come to that. But the challenge is that everybody has until April the 28th to do that. Now, what may end up happening is that everybody gets their claims and then they end up giving it to a litigation trust that pursues them. But the point is that everyone has until the 28th to claim them, as it were, on top. And so that's a process we're going to have to all go through together. And it may resolve itself, but I think it's going to take longer to resolve itself. So everyone's going to have to do that. Okay, so in order to support creditors, shareholders, everybody, the bar date has moved until April the 28th. And a new schedule of discovery has been filed. And so one of the tweets that I put out there was a new timetable of discovery for understanding the relationship between the intercompany loans. And so essentially that timetable means that there's going to be a bunch of investigation, a bunch of discovery work, similar, I guess you'd probably think of it as similar to the examiner. Maybe the examiner will be reappointed, or maybe it will be done by auditors. So, should that process be done by Celsius? Should it be done by the UCC? Should it be done by an independent examiner? Interesting question. That will probably be figured out in the upcoming court battles. But the first deadline for deciding that process is April the 21st. And then the UCC have suggested a timetable of discovery that goes up until June the 16th with a hearing that is to be determined. And this timetable of resolving what do shareholders own and what do creditors own is designed to be in line with the whole reorg process and plus the competitive bidding process for competitors that want to organize a controlled Chapter 11 liquidation process as well. So that's kind of where we are right now. The thing I want to kind of make people aware of to try and pull people in the same direction, because I guess people are stuck in bad habits from the hellhole of the last 8 months or 9 months we've been through. But anybody at this stage that is defending Alex Maszynski is really working against both creditors at this stage. And so the case of what Alex Maszynski does becomes vitally important to the recovery. And so anybody kind of poo-pooing, the claims and the work is really doing a disservice to creditors at this stage, probably for their own reasons, whatever those reasons may be. Also, anybody filing Chapter 11 motions, like some that have been filed against me, to prevent people from filing additional claims now that the bar date has been extended, could end up very dangerous to all creditors. So, we need that extension in bar date. And so those are the filing motions in order to not allow for that bar date to be extended based upon personal grudges. They're doing a disservice to everybody at the moment. And anybody stating things like Alex Mizhinsky did nothing wrong other than just not adding enough utility to the sell token is doing harmful things to creditors and the case at this stage. And so we should all be really, in a unified process that shareholders have certain claims and that will be fought out in court, and creditors have certain claims and that will be fought out in court. And there are three different, processes, and that's really where we are in this Chapter 11 case. And so, just to summarize, we have until the 28th of April to file a new claim form, which is the new bar date. You will have a claim for your coins, a claim for any of your loans or collateral against those two different entities, and then additional claims for fraud and negligent misrepresentation that need to be kind of reserved because you're not quite sure where the process is going to go and what the outcome in court is. But it allows us as creditors to pursue those actions. And so that's kind of where we are right now. And there are three processes happening in parallel. One is a reorganization plan submitted by Celsius with Nova Wolf as the sponsor, a competing stalking horse bidding process, which is mainly centered around plans of reorganization or Chapter 11 liquidations from reputable people that can execute those plans. And finally, a determination in court of what shareholders own and what creditors own. And that should take us through, and I estimate on the current time frame, as we progress, that around about July, everything will be known. And my guess is that there's going to be several spanners and various other things that this doesn't get. We don't see funds probably plan until not seeing anything until towards the end of the year. Okay. So I hope that's a comprehensive summary, but I just got so many tweets and concerns, and I can't answer all of them. So I just wanted to just give a good understanding of where we're at, and then I'll be happy to take. Mary can bring anyone up, any other creditors that want to answer things that I may have got wrong or challenge some of those opinions, or also just ask some questions.
Yeah, for anyone that's in the room in the lower left-hand corner, just hit the request button and I'll let you up. And usually we like to go in order of the request received. So the first person that requested was Nikola Boskovsky. I hope I said that right. Nikola?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. You pronounced my name correctly, Nikola Boskovsky. There is no extra letters. I'm one of the top 50 creditors in Celsius. I'm very grateful for this nice summary that Simon just gave us. It would be interesting to see the mood of the creators community with the point in time that we are now. Simon said correctly, if there is anyone at this point of time that can exculpate Alex for what he did, it's actually working against the community. Thanks for saying that. I think the creators are pretty much united, but we do have the UCC that I naturally support them, and we support them because they should be our voice. The UCC, together with the two legal teams, with K and E and W and C. In essence, it's a paradoxical thing, but we are providing the payment for that. And they are the biggest protectors of Alex Mashinsky and the entire group of people, Daniel Nuke and all of them. So we shouldn't be emotional about this. We should just request that UCC have weekly contacts with creditors, with this group that we are now together. We have, it's really interesting, how come that none of the perpetrators of this fraud, which after the examiner report and UCC objection, which was filed, it's very clear that it fits all the characteristic of fraud, and I don't want to make emotional, Ponzi and everything, but the simple question is how none of these top executive have not been subpoenaed to provide this information that Simon so nicely summarized, that we needed to have them months ago. I understand the examiner didn't want to go this way of under oath, subpoena under oath, but the court, and I will not venture into explaining how to do it, but White and Case and UCC, they should know how to deliver that. We are united. We are definitely, we are not confused. We know what we want. But our partners, and we are paying for this, they are letting us down. Now, even 28th of April is coming. They find very difficult, to summarize and to say to the group of creditors, because we are one group, there are 16 groups that they listed at creditors, they should file the claim with this 3 or 4 or 5 following request, fraud, and whatever is there. Why it's so difficult for them to do that, And we can copy and paste that. This is for the creditors. For other groups, they can also do that, Now, I know that people are distressed. Simon is very correct by saying that the people are distressed. I will stop now. I see really good people in this group. We should not be emotional. We should be aware that we are paying that, not the perpetrators, but the perpetrators, paradoxically, have been protected with the legal groups that we are paying. And UCC, to make any judgment, but UCC are creditors like me, like all of you on this call. So I would really urge them that we realize we are all here as humans. We come and go, but to have our energies projected in this case, which in 2 months, it will be almost a year when Celsius stop operations and hold our funds, that's something not right, So I would like to inject a positive, loving energy, and if there are any, some UCC members listening to this, or the lawyers, there is no emotions here. It's only love. It's very clear. And I will stop with the last sentence. It's mind-boggling how they have allowed Alex to be on board on whatever this Celsius things that, and they're mentioning, even Simon mentioned that he is the biggest shareholders. Shareholders on what? He's not biggest in anything, he's very nothing, he's very small. Biggest shareholders of Cell token, this fraudulent, worthless token. Please, let's be fair. Why, on what level, he should be director, still in Celsius, in any entity of that. And I have personally nothing about Alex. I have met him a couple or three times. I have always, been supportive. We all on this call, we have been always supportive of him. But as you know, he's nowhere to find, the guy. So please, positive, love, and let's do very fast. At the moment, the summary that we heard from Simon, and he's putting enormous amount of energy. It's really kind of confusing and foggy, and it doesn't really help. Put them under oath and get this done. I love you, and I will be listening, and I will be opening to all of you. To that we get more active now. Now is the time. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Yeah, all I would say is that anyone in this process will be listening to this, and so whether it's competing bids, whether it's the Nova Wolf team, whether it's the UCC, whether it's Celsius, they'll be listening to this. So what you're saying is being heard, and I think these spaces are changing the process. So just speaking up is something that everybody can do. So thank you for sharing your thoughts.
Okay, thank you for that. Next we have Vincent, then Escobar.
Thank you, Mary. Simon, you mentioned that during your summary of where we are, but looking in retrospective, I believe in, and again, I'm not a lawyer, so it's hard for me to understand and have a clear picture if it would be better or not. But why would you say that having not liquidated Celsius from day one, going to chapter 7 instead of 11, is better for creditors? And why not doing a liquidation right now? Because we continue to pay millions of dollars every month to several lawyers, and the pot is only decreasing. For us, earn creditors, we only see the only thing for sure is diminishing returns, right? So why would you say it's worse now going into chapter 7 than just continuing this very lengthy chapter 11 process? Thank you.
Yeah, so my understanding of chapter 7 is it is an equally lengthy process. And everyone would end up with Bitcoins being dumped onto the market, ETH being dumped onto the market, and just the worst type of process for maximizing value of assets, versus a controlled chapter 11 liquidation. From what I have seen, my personal belief is that that those processes will deliver a better plan and will probably take just as long. I could be wrong, but I believe that that there is assets that can be restructured, and by restructuring those assets and keeping hold of the crypto and paying people crypto in kind, with some kind of rebalancing exercise, I think it will produce a higher return than just go into a chapter 7 liquidation, a US trustee taking over, and everyone litigating each other, guaranteed, types of Ponzi types of processes where everyone's fighting each other. No one gets a restructured loan where they have the option of optimizing their tax position. I still continue to believe that a controlled Chapter 11 liquidation can kick the shit out of a Chapter 7, and potentially a reorganization
Hello.
could be.
Hi, good morning.
Yeah. Hello.
Escobar?
Hi, good morning. First of all, I want to thank you all guys, for organizing all these AMS. And I have a couple of questions. I joined a little late the AMA, and I may missed some of the content that Simon was giving out. I am a Aaron depositor, and I have a question about is there any hope based on all the latest news? Are there any hopes for earned creditors? That's my first question.
So by hope, if you mean there is 3 processes, and I won't go through them all because you best to listen to the recording. But there is a reorganization plan that's being put together, assuming that that creditors are entitled to the bulk of the assets, which would lead to you receiving approximately probably 30% of your coins back and some equity in a company that aims to make back your money. And they'll put together a disclosure statement for that. The second, process is that there are people that believe that they could unwind the assets and give you a larger percentage of your recovery over going into Chapter 7. And the third process is that there are 3 different defenses to determine who owns the assets, whether it's shareholders or whether it's creditors. One of those is the size of an intercompany loan, which is a big investigation. The other is substantive consolidation, which is that although we signed terms and conditions with one entity, really all entities were treated as one. And the third is that we file as creditors, and they file a claim form for fraud and negligent misrepresentation, so that even if it turns out that shareholders and their claims against the estate entitle them to a chunk of the assets, there's still a different process for recovering those funds. And so the answer is, if hope means will we get a chunk of our assets back, somewhere between 30 and 50% by the end of this year, then I think there's lots of hope. If hope is in the next 5 years, will we have a good investment? We don't have enough information to know that yet, and that's what the disclosure statement is. And so that's how I can summarize. So it all depends on what you mean by hope. But the process is going through. By the end of this process, we've probably spent. Celsius released their financial statements, which are still, not as clear as they need to be. But there's a $3.5 billion coin hole that changes the dollar value, and they, with the income that they're generating from loans, staking, and mining, they've projected that they'll be down to about 66 million, not including the coins, by the end of or by early June. And so it looks like they'll have enough funds to get through the timetable. And I think progress is being made. It's just incredibly painful and very confusing for many people.
Okay, thank you for that. Next we have Phil, and then Plan C.
Hi, thanks, Mary. Can you hear me okay?
Are you good?
Great. As always, thanks a lot, Simon, for all your time and efforts. And, thanks to Mary and Plan C and Tony and all the others who are doing a lot of work for the community. It is appreciated. Now, I've been listening to, the great analysis you've given on the Celsius LLC and we're having to do a new claim by April 28th, etc., etc. And that's just another thing in the process that we've got to deal with. But it's gone very quiet on retail clawbacks and what may be happening with that. I know that with Nova Wealth, if you get a 30%, for me, if you get a 30% return, and then you have to deal with the 27.5% retail clawback, it's not a good end result for me. And I'm sure the same for many others. So with the stalking horse bidding process, what are our chances of a better deal coming the way of creditors? Are you able to talk about that, or can you, give some sort of insight on that at all? Thanks.
Yes. So with the specific clawback conversation, which segues in nicely for Plan C, I guess, the clawbacks are being used as a bribe. So when they want this plan to go through, or they want creditors to settle, they're using clawbacks as a mechanism in order to get more people to settle, because that's what this process is. Get as many people to settle as possible, close down the old company, and either give everyone what's left or end up with a new company without all the legal issues and all the claims. So the process of this is getting everyone to agree to something. And then there's a process called cram downs and classes and various other things that we've all discovered in order to push. But you don't have to settle, and you don't have to agree to a plan. You may end up getting crammed down a plan, but you can still hold any litigation that you want to pursue on your own or whatever it may be afterwards. No one can force you to settle. And so with regards to retail clawbacks, I have come to the conclusion, from my best estimation, and sometimes doesn't mean that's true, that the retail clawbacks are a way of enticing people to agree to a plan and settling, and they will happen under a bribe, under a reorg, guaranteed to happen from what I understand under a Chapter 7, and then the competing bids on the controlled Chapter 11 liquidation. I think they'd also want the retail clawback bribe strategy, and so I don't think through any of the plans you're going to get a removal of clawbacks. That being said, that will be determined in court as well, about whether it actually is something that can be pursued. And so the defenses will be determined in court, and I don't think through a plan. That's my experience so far. And nobody has enough leverage from what I've seen in order to remove retail clawbacks as part of that strategy. They are going to be pursued by the litigation trust, and it will be part of a reorganization plan, how people can settle. And as I said, there's still defenses. And so whether it can actually happen or not will be determined in court. And that's my current understanding of it.
Okay, thanks, Simon. That's really disappointing to hear, but I appreciate your take on it. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Phil. Go ahead, Plan C.
Yeah, hey guys, thanks again for hosting a great space and all the information. I just wanted to give just some information here regarding the clawback topic. Obviously, this is not legal or financial advice. There's a ton of moving pieces here when it comes to the clawback topic, and just for the people that are listening that this is relevant to, I just wanted to bring up some very important points, potentially important points. And again, you got to consult a lawyer on these specific topics. But yeah, a couple things to note for the people that have clawback exposure, just to be aware of these topics, because that April 28th deadline is coming up. So the clawback group has been a little bit quiet. There is a ton of stuff happening behind the scenes, though, with the steering committee. So yeah, there's like tons of stuff happening behind the scenes. The clawback people realize that this battle is not going to be won on social media. It's going to be won in the courts. So that's why there's really no point in going on and on social media. But specifically to the April 28th deadline for the claim form, a couple potential reasons why someone that has clawback exposure might consider not filing a claim, or at least consider the pros and cons of filing a claim, is you potentially might waive your rights to a jury trial if you file a claim form, and you're international, I believe. So that's just something to consider. And then also, if you're international and you file a claim form, you are submitting yourself to the New York court system. And there is some interesting things that our group has found for people that are international in the Celsius terms of service and under bankruptcy law, is my understanding. There's a clause to do with for people that removed less than 250,000 from the app. It's not even clear that the New York has jurisdiction over those people. If they don't submit themselves to New York and don't file a claim form, and they're international, they might have to actually litigate potentially in the country of origin. So for people that are moved under 250K or even under $1 million, there's another clause. So I don't want to pretend to play lawyer and basically pretend that I understand this. This is something we're all trying to figure out as a group and with lawyers. But I just wanted to bring to the awareness that there are pros and cons for clawback exposure people for filing a claim potentially, and just something to be aware of. So this is unclear, but yeah, it's cause for concern that you don't want to. The last thing you want to do is give up, potentially your rights by filing a claim form if you have a clawback exposure. So yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you so much for sharing that, Plan C. Now you get to understand why the UCC, who represent the entity UCC and not you as an individual, can't give you a copy and paste form and tell you what to do. Because if it turns out that something unexpected happened or something expected, is that they're not going to take liability for that. And we saw this when the UCC or at one stage did say, if you don't believe that your coins are different, then you don't need to do anything. It turned out that there's consequence, and David Adler was saying there may be consequences. And so this is why it's not really worth complaining about why isn't the UCC giving us templates. It won't happen. They're trying to steer you in the right direction and give you all the information to make your own decision. But the very unfortunate thing of this is everybody, just like we all decided whether we were going to put money in Celsius, we just have to make a decision based upon the information. And some people might want to hire counsel in order to make that decision. But we as a community will share as much information as we have. But the cold hard reality is when you enter a litigious, a situation like this, I've tried to give as much to this process as possible, and there's still bad actors that want to use that against you. And so that is the same situation. So the UCC represent the entity UCC. They don't represent you as an individual. And so they're going to steer you in as much of the right direction, but they want to reserve the right that all the decisions were yours. And because they're not engaged to give you advice directly. And we just have to accept that. And so Plan C threw out another bit of information that if you've got clawback exposure and you're not from the US, based upon information that he's not giving you advice on, but information that he's found, you might want to consider that as well.
Yeah, and just very last thing, I'll let other people go. Yeah, and again, this is all just these are all this stuff is developing ongoing. So I'm just trying to bring it up as a talking point and something for people that at least to be aware of, that there is some potential there. We just don't have the clarity on the specifics. And yeah, it is very individual based on a lot of this stuff with the claim form and the pros and cons, how much someone has on the app, off the app, where they're located. I mean, there's just how much they remove. There's just so many specific things when it comes to clawbacks. But Last talking point is this, or just last quick thing to say. It is interesting that the UCC made these, because you were talking about settling, right? It is interesting that the UCC threw out this 100K to 250K settlement of 27.5%. When that is actually below 250K, it's not even clear if they have jurisdiction over international people if they don't submit themselves to the court system. So I just wonder if there's any relationship there. But anyways, I'll let other people go. Thanks a lot, guys.
Thanks, Clancy. Eric, and then Kryptonite.
Hey, Mary. Hey, Simon. I guess a couple quick questions. The first is, and this may be a stupid question, where can we find this form? I mean, there's so much information all over the place. And do we email that form or have to mail it in manually? A. B, in regard to claims against like fraud, for example, how detailed should we be when filling out that claim form? Like, do we just say, fraud, or do we have to actually cite an example of fraud or pull from the examiner report? B, and then C, and most importantly, Simon, do you really think that there's a potential that, I don't know who it is, the estate, the litigation trust, whoever, will actually have more money in their coffers than what's currently owed to customers, so that if someone wants to put a fraud claim for $1 million, that they'll actually be able to even pay that? Like, are we just doing this for optics? Like, are we all wasting our time filling out not necessarily like our coin claims? That's understandable, but all the other bullshit that we're putting in there, like fraud, for example, like, are we ever going to see a dime of that, or are we just wasting time? And should we put a financial amount behind fraud, or do we just let the courts decide, which is how most other court cases in the U.S. are handled?
Yeah, so this is where I put my hand up and say the restructuring side and financial engineering is my core expertise and experience. Mm-hmm. And I'm trying to navigate the legal process just as every other creditor is. And so my opinion probably doesn't, on the legal side, probably doesn't have much more weight than any other creditor's opinion that's been reading all this stuff. So, my legal strategy is just on par with everybody else's, and it's not, and that's all I'm trying to say, because I know a thing or two about the restructuring and the recovery process. This is not my core expertise. I normally hire people to advise me on these types of things. What I will be doing is that I did not withdraw any money, so I have zero clawback exposure. I'm in the earn group, and I was meant to be in the borrow group, but a very unique set of circumstances led to 289 of my Bitcoin being deleted in the centralized Majinsky method blockchain. I will be, filing a claim for my coins against LLC, and I will be submitting my account of everything that the UCC said in terms of fraud and negligent misrepresentation, and I'll be citing the different documents that exist out there, and I'll be adding a little bit of my perspective that would make it a unique claim. And I'm hoping that I'll never need it, and it's all a waste of time, because I think the court is actually going to settle everything. So I think these intercompany loan, the forensic investigation on the fraud around the intercompany loan, I think there's some really shady shit that happened there, and there needs to be a spotlight on that, and we need to understand that, and that is now a process that's in motion.
Sorry, I didn't want to cut you off. I apologize. Keep going.
Yeah. And so, you all, everybody knows I've disclosed I have a very small shareholding, and I have a creditor position. And I'll be doing the correct process, which I think is right. And so will all this be a massive, big nothing burger? Potentially, it could all be resolved in court. But I'm just giving. Yeah, I think we need to do it, and we need to understand the different dynamics of which group we fit in and what our personal circumstances are.
And for the non coin claims, fraud, misrepresentation, etc., are you attaching what you think is like some sort of dollar value to it, or is it just like they did this and let the judge courts decide what that's worth to the creditors?
Yeah, that my existing thinking is that I won't be attaching a dollar value to it. I'll just be most likely. I think that there'll be some tick boxes where we hand it over to the litigation trust, and then the litigation trust will be pursuing all these actions, and their strategy will change slightly depending on what is determined in court that shareholders own and what creditors own. So my personal belief is everything leads to the same result in the end, but boy, am I underqualified to make that assessment because I got no experience other than Celsius of bankruptcy court.
Cool. Yeah, I'll just leave with this because I know that there's obviously a lot of Celsius customers that are international, and there's probably a lot of U.S. citizens that this may be the first time they've ever had to deal with a U.S. court, and God bless them if that's the case. I think I've mentioned this in previous spaces. I come from the music industry, and I've had to sue various people. Music industry is a very litigious business to be a part of, business vertical to be a part of. And I've been involved in litigations that have lasted 7 to 9 years. And it's a fraction of the complexity of this case, like not even a blip on the radar. And those cases took 7 or 9 years, and quite frankly, took a toll on my mental health, my social well-being. And what I don't want is for people to get a misconception that if they put all their claim, that if we all rally together and we're all good spirit and we put together these claims of fraud and misrepresentation, that there's going to be this big pot of gold at the end of the rainbow that we're all going to, proratedly share, divvy up, and we're all going to be very happy at the end of this. I don't think that there's a real happy ending to this whole situation, and I just don't want to give not that anyone on this call is giving off false hope, but there probably are some people who could be, a little naive in thinking that if they put it in there, it's like an automatic win. It's not going to be an automatic win, I don't think, for anybody. And I just want to put that out there. There's a lot of people who are like a lot of the pro sayers, whether I agree with them or disagree, and most of the time I disagree, but that's neither here nor there, that are putting in a lot of time with their pro se motions, and they're very articulate and they're really well thought out. And there's probably a lot of people who may be spending just as much time putting together these claims against the estate, and it all be for a big nothing burger, as you said. And quite frankly, for years, they may be thinking that they're going to get a win, or it's going to be worth it at the end. And it very rarely is. And I just don't want people to jeopardize their mental health and thinking that the U.S. court system is fair. It's not a fair system. And I digress. I'll leave it to the next person, but I appreciate your time as always, both you and Mary.
Yeah, thanks, Eric. Are you there, Mary? I can't hear anyone. Is there anyone up on stage who wants to ask a question?
I can hear you, Simon.
Okay, cool.
Maybe I can ask a question. It's about the haircut. I was just wondering if it's going into a controlled liquidation. And for example, you have like a Celsius creditor that has like 10 Bitcoin in earn, and he's getting a haircut. And the Celsius creditor is like, you know what? I want to make myself whole. How many Bitcoin does the creditor needs to buy back so that he can fill his own hole and can move on?
Well, firstly, I'd need to actually see an actual plan, so I couldn't make that assessment until it's an actual plan. And there's all the settlements that may or may not happen, so it's just far too early for me to be able to estimate that. But a controlled liquidation to me looks like a returning all of the coins, setting up a litigation trust, and structuring the illiquid assets into either some kind of sale or payment through equity in a competent miner. That's what a controlled liquidation looks like to me.
But if it's a controlled liquidation, they have like 45% of the coin, so you're getting like maybe 4.5 Bitcoin back. Is that a realistic estimation?
Well, yeah, last time I did the calculation, I haven't done it for a while, but last time I did the calculation, when you take sell token out, it depends on sell token. And then you've got, I estimated approximately 47% as a volume weighted average. So I think you're still looking at that 45% if everyone received their coins back in a controlled liquidation.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know. Thanks for answering.
Thanks, Kat. Hey, Simon, sorry about that. I got a call and I got disconnected, so I'm back now. Did Kryptonite get to go?
You there, Kryptonite?
No. Yeah, I'm here now.
Okay, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Okay. I'm someone who's been in crypto for a long, long time. And I talk to a lot of people. A lot of people come to me for advice. In the past, many altcoin teams had me as their coach, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm hearing a lot of people from 100 different spectrums about this clawback thing. And what I'm seeing is some people, they don't live their life on Twitter, and they got into Celsius because the interest rates at US were low a year or two ago. And then they got out, and they have no idea that they could be clawed back, in a half year or 2 years from now. I've got other people that go on to Telegram groups, and they're getting lawyers and this, that, the other thing about, they're getting clawed back in this. And what I make of all this is, one, I've lost money in GOX. I've lost money in Crypto Rush, Cryptopia, exchanges that went under. I lost a lot of coins, a lot of money. It is what it is. It's like if you buy a stock and it goes down and you don't sell it, you lose it. But the difference I'm hearing from everybody, and this also kind of pertains to my situation because I'm older and I'm retired, and I put money into Celsius because, like Alex says, it's safer than a bank, and stable coins were giving more interest than you can get in a CD or money market or whatever. And so I had money in there for a while in the supposedly safe and stable UST or whatever from the Luna stablecoin thing. Well, when I saw that started going down and depegging, I've been in crypto long enough to know that that's not a good thing. So I'm just going to sell it and get into Bitcoin or something stable like Gemini coin or something I know that's going to be good. So I tried to do that literally for like a week via phone, via their app, via their website. They would not let me withdraw. They would not let me trade out of this. So I had to just watch about 100 grand go to zero. At that point, I was just like, these guys are incompetent. I'm done with them. I took out, I don't know, I probably put in like 400,000 and I probably took out 300,000 and lost 100,000, because of them. And then in the meantime, I find out about this clawback thing, and I think I took the money out like maybe 2.5 months before they filed. I was gone long time before anyone knew anything. But supposedly I could be subject to this. So what I'm hearing from a lot of people, and I totally agree with this, is that one, yeah, you claw back insiders. And also there's a good case for clawing back people who put money in, like, I don't know, that John Williams guy or Parabolic Man, and he put in $1 million and he took out 2 million. yes, you can claw back profits, okay? But for some retiree or someone who put in, 300,000 and took out 200 and lost money, there's no profit to claw back. And their method of just saying, we're going to claw back anything you withdrew in 90 days makes absolutely no sense. You have to take the deposits they made and whether they made money or not into account, is one point. A second point is if they do claw back retail that's not in profit, which I agree, claw back profit, just like in the Madoff case, the only people who they clawed back was people who profited. But if they do this, then crypto is done with. I mean, Coinbase, Gemini, they're done. No one will trust putting their money in any exchange if for some reason they can magically 90 days after declare bankruptcy and try and get money from you, which no exchange has ever done in the past. And then on top of this, I also got a 1099 and had to pay $9,000 in taxes on money I never got. And I asked my attorney about this, and he said, well, we're going to submit it to the IRS as funds not received. But he said the whole thing is ridiculous. And people would be fine with clawbacks if they made them real and legitimate and made sense and were like they've been for the history of the world. You claw back insiders, Alex, and people who profited. And that is it. So what do you think about all that?
So my answer is I'm kind of at the stage where the debates around what's wrong or right are kind of done in my mind. It's actually the debates around what's going to happen. And so in the current plan, they're going to be there. And people get the chance to settle or they get the chance to litigate. And that is a process that I don't see any other alternative to that process, no matter what you think, because the U.S. bankruptcy code allows for it, and there are defenses against it, and that's going to come in court. And so it's just a question of what's your strategy and how you're going to deal with it, really. We've been discussing the topic for 9 months now, and everyone has put all of their arguments forward around how immoral it is and how bad it is, but none of that has actually changed anything, because the reality is that it's a strategy to try and get people to agree to a reorganization plan, and it's something that will, if you want to make sure it doesn't happen, then you need to be involved in the defenses to make sure it doesn't happen. And I don't see any other way. If we were in a deeply competitive process where somebody was willing to make amazing offers for Celsius's assets, and there were a bunch of people, and the offer was so good that they could take on the claims. But the closer you get to a liquidation, the closer you get to clawbacks, really. But the reorganization as well doesn't really matter, because that's just the reality of the situation that we're in right now. And so the only thing you can do is engage in the court process.
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly second what Simon said, just being heavily involved with the clawback topic over the last 9 months. Everyone's kind of gone through their own acceptance of this topic. If they have exposure, they've kind of gone through the stages of being, accepting it, and some people are just not there yet. But I accepted it a long time ago. So yeah, there's just at this point, I mean, I kind of brought this up on social media for months and all the arguments, against it and things. It doesn't matter. Like, the UCC is dead set on pursuing clawbacks and the litigation trust. And so anyone that has exposure, it's all about taking action, joining the group that we formed. We've been doing 8 months of work to prepare for this process. And we're all going to band together to fight it. So What we see on social media, it just doesn't really matter at this point. It's what's done through the court system, and whatever they can get away with, they're going to try and get away with. So you have to fight it with lawyers, or you have to understand, how the legal system works. And social media, even though they pretend they listen, they don't really listen. The town halls are just a joke. They have, there are 5 answers to every question. They have their cue cards. They just go through and Greg just reads his cue card. Okay, we're going to answer this one this time. It's the same nonsense. So anyways.
Hey, Simon, before we move on to the next speakers, how are you on time?
So I was going to go up to, I was going to do 2 hours max.
Okay, so it's 3 Eastern right now. I think we've gone there.
Yes, I can do another 30 minutes if we still got questions.
Okay, great. Yes, we do. So then we've got Joris and then Lawrence Porter.
Okay, thank you for having me. If you can hear me at all.
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. So I was wondering, because recently the bar date was pushed due to the things that happened with the Series B, and then we filed an appeal for that decision. If the appeal is won, and it appears that we have a claim at every Celsius entity, will that again push the bar date further out and have us do all the work yet again, so that we have to file yet another claim? That seems odd. And the second part of that question would be, do they really expect every single debtor or creditor, rather, to be filing? Will they handle every individual claim? We're all in the same boat in the end. It seems odd that we would have individual claims being handled by the court. I can't really wrap my head around that. Do you have any comment to that at all?
Yeah, I'll give a quick comment just because I noticed Jason Stone's on the stage and he's been involved in this case. So I think everyone would love to hear from him if he's willing to speak. But on that, the claims are being grouped together. And so we're seeing right now what Celsius had 23,000 different claims and they're grouping them together. And there's this process called a bellwether. Where they take one claimant and they defend it and various other things. Sorry to rush you on that because I think it's an important question, but while Jason Stone is here, we haven't seen him on stage, so maybe he wants to say something.
And thank you for having me up. Can you guys hear me okay? Cool.
Yeah, we can.
I know a lot of people have very mixed feelings about me, and that's completely understood. I'm actually up here to ask you guys for advice / ask a question because, as all of you guys know, we signed a litigation stay about, I think it's almost 30 days ago now, and that was put into place because, at the time we had come to a preliminary understanding of what settlement between, Kefi and Celsius Kefi / the estate would look like. The judge seemed to understand and also be happy with that, as the U.S. trustee would as well. I'm not at liberty to say what that would include, but clearly if both sides mutually agreed to sign a litigation stay in the hopes to settle, it was, appropriate enough to Celsius estate to move forward with. So honestly, my side has been doing everything that we can to push forward the process of getting the information that we basically had to agree to trade between the two sides, to even get to the place where we would discuss the final numbers, not just the draft, what, I'm giving back to Celsius State or whatever it is. And I basically find myself 30 days later in a place, and as you know, the judge entered a TRO. There's, certain things I'm allowed to do with certain NFTs and yield farming. All the ETH and proceeds from everything stays in the accounts. That's been the case. And honestly, I've been very surprised and pleased at the judges or what I consider the Department of Justice's approach to not necessarily being 100% understanding or okay with the NFT DeFi, but at least having gone through and spent the time to understand, along with, Aiken Gump and White and Case, to the best that they say that they can, understand what's going on in the NFT DeFi yield farming, to see that we're making ETH on ETH yields. The judge has said he's not prepared to force me to sell the NFTs. So at least in the meantime, we're getting interest on the total set of assets, which will be distributed to whatever the settlement is or whatever the result of the litigation is, right? So that being said, what we've seen, what me and my lawyers have seen from the estate and from White and Case only recently, but the estate the last 4 weeks since we signed the stay, is like every single small request, like selling $1,000 of CRV rewards, like stuff that's just like sell it to ETH and then let it sit until everything is distributed to whoever it's going to get distributed to. Every time these law firms send back emails that clearly are like they're charging multiple hours for, and like we've now come to a place where like I just think it's ridiculous because they're also, costing me legal fees, and like it's going to end up like just making the pie so much smaller. Like, and so there's this emails thing, and we've decided to basically not even ask to do what we think is in the best interest of the portfolio anymore, because they're like holding, like they're just using each excuse to charge an extra $2,500 to respond to a stupid email about selling some stupid reward that's not even a major holding to $1,500 just because we all think ETH is probably going up the next year. And it makes me so crazy because now it's gotten worse to the point where like basically we agreed on like sharing information about what happened, like everything that was taken, doing a full accounting like we always should have done. And like Celsius is like literally Aiken Gump is coming to us and saying, we're not even willing to discuss the accounting that you guys are already paying one of the big four to do on your dollar in hopes to settle until like you spend hundreds of hours writing down like what your original investment strategies were when you were contemplating deploying funds for Celsius in August 2020, which is shit that like is in the record or in Slack or in email. Like they're trying to basically get like me to spend my entire life writing down things so that we won't get to settlement because they want to litigate. Like, and it's crazy to me, like Aiken Gum through January 31st spent $4.2 million on me. I think to date for February and March, it's going to be another like 2.4. They have to file, I think, in a few days for at least February. But like, I now don't know what to do because I was happy to, listen to the music and like move on with my life and, do the settlement that we initially like, the structure of which we all were like, all right, let's get there. And now that like, they're not even willing to like do the accounting with us. And I really believe it's all because the law firms just want to leech off of the estate. And like, I think that there is a legal barrier there. Like I could like go to some congressperson, or if AOC wasn't so busy with like, trans rights and so many other things, I'd literally like reach out to her, but I don't know what to do. And I honestly do want to settle, which is why the judge approved a litigation stay. So like literally, what do I do? And I'm sorry, I haven't been paying attention to the larger creditor thing because I didn't have any money at Celsius for the year leading up, to the bankruptcy. Or obviously once I left, I withdrew everything, which wasn't even much. But like, what do I do, guys? Like I want to settle. You guys want this to settle, I think, too, because you don't want these lawyers continuing to charge the estate for what will very soon, if not already is, more money than this fucking portfolio is worth. Like it's going to come out when we do Chainalysis. Like I didn't steal hundreds of millions. Like you can guys think what you want, but in terms of the assets that we all agree are in these wallets that KeyFi has, like that's what the settlement's going to be around. So what do I do? Like seriously, what do I do? Do I call a congressperson? Do I go to the U.S. trustee and be like, like these lawyers are actually breaking the law by milking the Celsius estate, not acting in the best interests of their clients? Like I don't know what to do. And I need some advice if you have any.
Yeah, nobody cares what you have to do. Do you know that you were using clients' funds to trade with? Did you know
Hey guys, let's have a productive conversation.
Hold on.
Wait.
But this is not. Wait a second. No. Wait a second.
Okay, I would like the space to please remain cordial. We can have a conversation and hear each other if we just talk to one another. So let's please just have a conversation without getting ugly. I know it's a difficult time, so I'll unmute everyone and please go one at a time, and let's be nice to each other.
Yeah, I think we'd agree that knowing more of what Jason has to say can only help us, right? at this stage.
Yeah, my thoughts are have your own opinion on Jason, but just don't stop from being able to ask him maybe a couple important questions. He has information. He was involved over the last 3 years with the C-suite. Maybe he can benefit us by giving us information, and in turn we can give him some advice. But let's not attack him. I understand you can have your own opinions on the guy, but he's on stage and he was involved.
I'm
so let's
happy
get
to
his
answer
thoughts.
what I believe that I legally can without checking with lawyers, which is a substantial amount. So happy to do that. But yeah, I'm really coming to you guys with advice because I think that in this case, like having, any settlement will not involve me getting any money out of Celsius. You all know that, all right? It only is about money going back, all right? So like, we're all there. All the accounting will come out and show that like I didn't take more than we've said that I took. Anyway, yes, I am here for advice because I feel horrible because, I wasn't able to come out with what I learned at the time. My part in that is what it is. But like now, I don't want the fucking estate. Like I want to move on with my life too. I don't want the estate getting, fucking swindled by law firms because that's the business of big law. It's ridiculous. And I think that there is something that I can do. I just don't know what it is. And I don't know enough about the players.
Does anyone
All right, so
does
let's
anyone
try
on
to
stage have?
let's try to do this SBF style. Like, everybody was really pissed off at SBF, but they got a lot of questions in. So let's try to do it like that. Does anybody that is on the stage right now have a specific question for Jason?
I do, Mary, I do, but I just think that we should answer his question first. He asked a question, right? Does anyone on stage have any advice for Jason? Otherwise, if he's willing to ask a few questions, that'd be great as well.
Okay, well, so my first question is, are you able or willing to say what you think the value of the assets that you want to return to the estate are?
I can't. Want to return to the estate is a categorization that I don't think makes sense here, but I can tell you the value of like the amount that basically I think it is that we've claimed like this is what KeyFi took and what the current value is, if that makes sense. So basically it's what you see in OX50 in terms of the value that you see there is basically the total value of the borrows against the blue chip NFTs that the portfolio has. So that's like $4.3 million. Then there's the true value of those at liquidation price, which is probably another 20% above that. And then there's, I would just off the ballpark estimate somewhere between, 300 ETH and 1,000 ETH worth of other art blocks and stuff spread between OX50 and the other family of 5 addresses that are OX50. After that, there's 6%, whatever the fully diluted amount is of 6% of the company's nifty.com, which I think is probably 4.5% of that total company now. I have not been involved with it in the last year, so I don't know. I think that they did a convertible note round in the 9 figures, but when the market was high, so I don't know what that's worth. And then the last thing would be whatever the mutant demon can sell for. And I can say that we're in active negotiations with a few different parties for a very substantial sum of money that would make everyone very happy. So that would be the value of like what we are negotiating over in terms of like who owns that, et cetera, and how much of that is distributed to different parties. So that's what I can say on that.
Are you able to say what attempts you've made to settle? Like what have you actually done?
Don't know what I would like. I'm happy to answer this once I check with my lawyer because I don't know what is like bound by confidentiality in this case. Basically, we signed a litigation stay that the judge approved and entered under the guise of we had discussed a general outline structure of what the settlement would look like between the parties that we were all comfortable enough with to ask the judge to do a litigation stay to spend 60 days negotiating and finalizing that settlement that we had all in theory outlined would make sense. I don't think I can comment on what the outline was. If I'll go back and ask, and next time you guys do one, if I'm allowed to, I actually would, be happy to share if I can. But it was something that basically both sides agreed that it was in the direction that we all agreed everyone would be comfortable with. So, yeah, that's what I can say.
Okay, and is the settlement going to Celsius and Kirkland and Ellis, or is it also going to the UCC and White
Oh,
and
I have no
Case?
idea. I just consider the Celsius estate to be like the overarching like group of entities. I have no idea how it would be divvied up. And I don't think I ever would. It wouldn't be part of the discussion process. It has nothing to do with us, right? Oh, with Kefi, I meant. Sorry.
Yeah, and the assets are currently like generating yield. They're decent at the moment.
The large percentage of the ones that have real value, which mean when I say real value, like value enough that it's actually worth the gas to transfer that NFT, because there's thousands of NFTs in these addresses, right? Most of them, there's no offer, you can't sell them. To even accept an offer would be less than the money being offered because of the price of gas. So yes, for like the main bulk, the 80% of the value here is, or 90% of the value is the mutant demon plus like the yield farming NFTs plus the art blocks that don't have a yield farming place to yield farm right now.
Okay, and your primary goal right now is to reach an agreement with Celsius, return assets to the estate, and move on with life.
My primary
You
goal
think...
is to come to an appropriate settlement with the estate such that it reflects what happened and what is right. I can say that in my personal opinion, the estate or whoever controls Celsius now would never have agreed to a litigation stay if they weren't comfortable with the general outline and draft of what we agreed a settlement should and could look like. That's literally all I can say, Simon. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm done with my questions. Someone else want to ask any questions? Okay, maybe one question. So you're looking for
advice. Like these are vampires. They're stopping. If Celsius wanted to settle and agreed to this litigation stay, and now the lawyers are basically acting like vampire ponies and leading it in direction for us not to settle by being assholes and asking me to write down what my thinking was when I was meeting with Harumi and Alex 3 years ago, like before even willing to discuss the accounting, which is the primary thing that we need to go through in order to finalize the settlement. Like that's just them. I think that this is an illegal, like this is definitely unethical. And like the bar of, the state of New York should absolutely take a look at these people. In fact, I might even submit a complaint. I'm going to seek legal advice on that, but I'd be happy to put in a complaint because I do have evidence of these emails that are just utterly objectively ridiculous. Like we tried to sell God.eth for $500,000 for the estate, like just for the money would sit there until everything's decided. We got I think they're going to bill 12 hours for writing an email to ask me what my basis for thinking that God.eth could be worth $500,000 is, and then went on to approve it. But literally, we all know, everyone knows, no one knows what these things are worth. The highest ENS sale in history is 420 ETH. Everyone wants me to liquidate this portfolio. I saw an opportunity to set a reserve price with a reputable company that was willing to sell it. I didn't need to transfer the NFT for them to do the auction. And Celsius literally is going to charge you guys $7,000 for asking me for wanting to spend money. Literally, they know the answer. There is no way to value these NFTs, and NFT is only worth what someone's willing to pay for it. Literally, but they're going to charge 10 to 12 hours just before approving, yes, try and sell it. Them asking me, what is your basis, Jason, for thinking that it's worth $500,000? That could have been accomplished in one 15-minute phone call that would have cost $100 or $500, not $12,000. And that's what I'm dealing with, guys. So what do I do? And I'm out there. I'm willing to take some heat. But I need to know what to do. This is preposterous for all of us.
Thanks, Jason. Thanks, Jason, for being up here on the stage. Does anybody, Clancy, I think you've been waiting for a while. You got
Yeah,
something to
but so my question for Jason, like, I mean, only Jason knows to what extent he damaged the estate or creditors. But I mean, it's a drop in the bucket compared to what the C-suite did, in my opinion. So I just really want to focus on the C-suite with this conversation. Doesn't mean I condone anything Jason's done. I don't know what he's done. But yeah, my question for Jason is, you know, you were on a podcast. It was a pretty interesting podcast. We were talking about, you know, kind of your experience and time working with the C-suite of Celsius, and everyone's so focused on Alex, but I mean, Daniel and Roni were some of the other players involved. We've a lot of information has come out, you know, from Dirty Bubble Media and some of these YouTube channels that have looked into in depth, you know, some of the connections between, you know, former players that worked for Celsius, right? So they brought in a chief financial officer, CFO, that was basically arrested, you know, and was connected. They specifically said, don't background check this guy. When he was coming in, he was connected to Mishi Hogig, who had a bunch of companies prior that did pump and dubs, allegedly with Alex, and they were advisors on each other. So basically all these guys are very connected, and you were, you know, you worked side by side with these guys, they C-suite. So my questions are, we have a whole bunch of transactions that have been deleted. We have all this, you know, shenanigans going on about potentially billions of dollars unaccounted for. In your opinion, this is just your opinion, obviously, this is not, you know, nothing beyond that. Do you think there's potential, and this is all alleged, do you think there's potentially was laundering of funds? Because there's this huge hole that's missing, right?
Yeah.
And it's just your opinion by working side by side with these C-suite. Like these guys, because when people you know have dirt on each other from prior ventures and have worked together prior, you know, is there the possibility that Chapter 11 and deleting all these transactions? I mean, they had a month between the freeze and the filing of the bankruptcy to delete stuff, hide stuff, and you know, there's a bunch of money that's kind of missing, and everyone's focused on the pie that's left and fighting over it. But do you think there's potentially unaccounted for funds that were laundered within DeFi? You know,
So
obviously your knowledge within DeFi.
I think I know what you're asking, and I'm going to answer it in a few different stages because I think it warrants a couple different types of explanations. This is important stuff.
Sorry, Jason, one last question. Okay, this is one last thing related, and you can add this on. Do you think do you think Roni should be getting a bonus in the bankruptcy process? But answer the first question.
Actually,
first.
no, I'll answer that first. Roni, in my opinion, is single-handedly most responsible, more so than Alex, for everything that has gone down. And I would literally bet my life on that because I have evidence and I have seen things and was privy to things that directly correlate to that. And yeah, I mean, he actually, in a very real way that's very hard to understand unless you're Israeli or Jewish or like worked with these people side by side. It's very hard, I know, to comprehend how like someone like Roni could have been, you know, Alex's puppet master in a way without Alex knowing it almost. But it has to do with like relationship dynamics and like deep emotional things. But I'm telling you guys, like a lot of the decisions that Alex made in terms of, and this goes into the second answer about where money went, a lot of the decisions that were made, a lot of the losses that resulted, a lot of the basically illegal things that I think were done in terms of, or sketchy things in terms of service, moving the companies around, trying to basically get in and around regulation. Sure, Alex was directing that, but Roni was their outside counsel since day one, all right? And then basically right at the time I came in August 2020, he became full-time. And when he became full-time, I don't even know for how much longer most people would say, like Harumi, my old boss, Patrick Holert, everyone that I worked with, Connor, Leah Jonas, everyone, Johannes, would not even joke in internal communication saying Roni is in charge of the company. Because in a very real way, he was. And not just in charge of like not just having different roles and responsibilities, but actually like in terms of how Alex thought about the cryptocurrency landscape, the regulatory landscape, what he was doing, what he was allowed to do. Yeah, sure, Alex is a greedy guy. Definitely did some shady shit, I know, with like sell token buys and sells and many more other things. All came, in my opinion, or 90% of it, 85% of it came from the voice in his ear telling him that what he was doing was just fine. And that person is Roni Pavan, not Daniel S. Leon, not anyone else, because no one in the world had the type of relationship and influence over Alex and how Alex thinks and is more than Roni. And one of the biggest things was that, like, one of the biggest trigger at I think it was December 2020 when I started, like, quote unquote learning the stuff that I did, was I found out that Roni basically lied to Newt Goldstein and Harumi in like the same couple day period to lead them both to believe that customer funds that I was using were only coming from international deposits because Fireblocks and Prime Trust accounts were separated, but like Nuke knew that they weren't yet, but Harumi didn't know. But like he told them both different stories such that they both believed that it was okay. That in Harumi's case, she thought that it was done, and Nuke knew that it wasn't, but thought that it was okay to just start sweeping funds from Americans to my MetaMask. So like that, like when I found that out, that he had done that, I think he did it in October or something, when we crossed like them having me manage over like 75 million, they started sweeping some US funds to us and commingling it. I didn't find that out till December. And like that was like the trigger point of like when I started really being like, nothing that they've told me is true. Obviously it took 8 more weeks for me to like really uncover shit that made me like do what I did. But anyway, like, yeah, Roni is, all right, that's that. On money lost and laundered.
So he shouldn't. So to summarize, you don't think he should get a bonus in the bankruptcy process?
I think that the U.S.
even though he's
should
applied for
extradite
one.
him in a way they've never another Israeli, because he's a dangerous person to the cryptocurrency industry, and should never be. He should be barred from it, like ex-securities people get barred from it. You know what I mean? But we don't have regulations like that, so Jason doesn't get what he wants. So that's life. That's my opinion. I'm happy to answer the money
Okay,
question.
the second question.
I don't know everything. I was never like, a serious recipient of any cell token when I was there. Remember, they didn't make those payments, so like I never like had more than like 4,500 cell. I bought myself at some point and sold at some point. But like from what I know and from what I've read from your guys' stuff, sure, there probably is some monies that either through weird loans or like forgiven loans or maybe a couple extra things where there's like buys and sells of cell token or certain assets where like Celsius may have bought some illiquid shitcoin that then Alex sold, but only as part of their DeFi trading strategy. Sure, I could see a world where like there's a single digit million of like extra money, maybe a little more potentially if there's like weird loans that were forgiven, repaid, not accounted for correctly. I don't know. But like, there could be some missing money due to that, more than like the 40 million that he's supposedly extracted by selling cell token into the company buying. But what I really believe is the case is that the majority of like what you guys consider the missing money is actually probably not from DeFi stuff or like laundering through DeFi. I think it's on stuff that has to do with like markups and markdowns of investments that went bad, not just like, their accounting of impermanent loss on Celsius KeyFi, but things like their, I think like with their Tether loans, maybe sometimes, and other like large scale loan facilities with other like corporate entities. I think that I know that it's been reported that there were times where like they got liquidated by Tether and there was a loss there. I'm pretty sure if you go back to like 2019 through 2022, there was a lot more of that type of like loss to total asset value than has been reported or found. I'm not I remember I left March 2021, so I was on like a siloed team to some degree, and yes, I had information and friends, and Connor was a friend at the time, Wasim, Leah Jonas, what's the other kid's name, the crazy one, the kid that worked with Wasim. Like I knew things from different people, but I didn't have direct access to like search through stuff when I might have gotten rugged.
Yeah, we can still
Okay,
hear you,
yeah.
Jason.
I don't think that there's like hundreds of millions or even, billions or hundreds of millions or even 1 or 200 million that was probably like laundered in the way that you're asking. I don't think so, but I do know once the new CFO came in, that shit got sketchier than it had been.
Yeah, that.
But I wasn't there.
Okay,
I wasn't
that
there.
answers my.
Yeah.
That answers my question, Jason. But and I'll let other people go. Yeah, I mean the CFO coming in, the one that was basically arrested. You know, they worked with him prior and probably just wanted him there. Well, they tried to fill the hole or whatever. Who knows?
Yeah,
But
no.
but
That's
yeah,
exactly why.
I just wanted
That's
your.
exactly why they.
I just wanted your thoughts because you know if this was all just complete incompetence, like these hacks and everything that happened in the MakerDAO and all these events, like there's been speculation that you know when Celsius got up to 30 billion in AUM. And because this was like a black box and because this was a regulatory gray area and these guys all worked prior together, basically had connections, it raised red flags of potentially, you know, there was some backdoor deals and handshakes made where they could have tried to remove some of the funds. You know, what's a few hundred million among billions of dollars when you are operating in DeFi in all these ways? Maybe there were some backdoor deals, they could remove stuff, but you seem to think not, and that's all I wanted to ask. So it was
I
just
think
all
that there would
incompetence that
be,
we lost.
there might have been some amount more, but I don't think it was anywhere near a 9-figure amount. That's my personal belief and thought. I don't know.
No, I appreciate that. I'll let other people go. I appreciate all your time. Thanks.
Like maybe 1 or 2 more
Hey,
questions.
yeah, just one question. Jason, do you think you owe the creditors an apology? Do you think you've done anything wrong that we deserve an apology from you?
Give the Alex answer. You got to speak to your lawyers.
No, sorry. I thought I wasn't on mute. No, I have said and have always said, like, I feel fucking horrible, not just for, you know, the people that exist that Celsius fucked, but the entire cryptocurrency ecosystem that, like, I played a part in perpetuating, you know, their success and like taught them things about crypto that allowed them to do even crazier things. I like recognize the role that I played in there, but it was right after COVID. Like, I was hungry, I was scared. You know, I had known these people for years. When they told me there were controls and other things in place, I believed it, and I was really excited to be doing something unique and different in the world. And
that's a lot of words for I'm sorry.
I just said I started with I am sorry, not just to you guys, but to the fucking everyone that's involved in crypto, because Celsius being what it was bad for all of crypto.
Mary, can I speak?
Yeah, go ahead, Lawrence.
Hello, everybody. Simon, I am totally amazed that this gentleman has come forward during your AMA to plead his case against.
I'm not pleading shit. I'm asking for advice that will help us all.
I retract. Looking for advice from this community, the community that you've built. And I'm sure there's many other people that have been involved or were involved in this fraud that Clan C and I believe took place. You don't carry $9 billion for 12 months on the books and then all of a sudden mark it down 5.5. So I do appreciate you coming and speaking your true feelings and asking for advice. I just want to go back on topic for a second. If there's anybody else, Cam, or somebody else who has a question before I go on it.
Is it to Jason? I think we want to use this opportunity to speak to Jason.
Go ahead then.
So, yeah, Cam,
Does
you got any
anyone have
questions
a
for
question
Jason?
before Lawrence goes on?
I'm hoping, Jason, could you give some more context in terms of the accounting at Celsius? Because it seems like from looking at it, they were marking to market cryptocurrency holdings that customers had deposited, and they were treating that as profits at least through late 2020, early 2021. You're able to give any context to that?
I'm not, from what I know, I think that the substance of what you're asking is yes, but I don't think that they were treating it as profits. What they were doing was, I think they were treating new customer deposits and appreciation in old customer deposits as basically new asset value, like revalued on a monthly basis, while not revaluing the accumulated interest for that entire account or depositor's history. They would basically say, okay, because they basically did the what we owe on net liabilities in dollar basis, and then every month they would recalculate the total number of coins we have times the current market value. So, and that is accounting fraud, even if it's done so by accident. But I believe that that is the answer to what you're looking for. I don't believe that they were actually treating new deposits as profits, but they were representing it as growth in the company's net asset base, while incorrectly or knowledgeably, deceivingly, not changing their liabilities side, because they did one side in coin value per month, new number, and the other side in we don't change the fact that we have a $200 liability from 3 years ago that is now an $800 liability from 3 years ago. You know what I mean? So I think that that's what the
That makes sense. Yeah. It's funny because in bankruptcy, it became profit because they all of a sudden, or at least on the accounting sheets they filed, they were showing it. But I suppose earlier on, it was more just mismatch.
Yeah. Again, I left in March 2021. This is how they did things from when I left, and I probably had direct knowledge of what was going on until September 21.
Awesome. Yeah. And I was wondering, are you able to talk at all about your relationship with Harumi in terms of how that went? I've been looking through some of the chat logs, and it seems like she was a little resentful.
Yeah, I have to be resentful about me or about our other C-suite. You're 100% right.
It seemed like the context was, it seemed like she was resentful that you got inserted in via the relationship with Alex.
Definitely at the beginning, it was like forced down her throat. But basically, August, September were tough for us. But then by the end of October and then November, December, January, actually, it completely went 180 because I started getting sketched out by the other Israeli C-suites. And she had been basically facing brick walls at every reasonable suggestion that she would make, which went on deaf ears, or then they just said they did it and lied to her, it was like ridiculous. So by that time, she was resentful at the beginning, but then by, Thanksgiving time, we were basically each other's greatest allies and being like, why aren't we getting the answers that we think we should? Like, why are this company not acting in a reasonable way? And we became like, I'm sure you guys will see in our Slacks and WhatsApps that are public, we would joke about how this is the Israeli show, we're just puppets, they don't give a shit what we think. We don't even know what's going on. And yeah, you guys might think about that and say, oh, you should have gone to the cops the minute you thought that. Dude, we didn't know what was going on. And it was over a 60-day period. And once I did realize what was going on, even people might disagree on how I did it, but I got the fuck out of there because they lied to me about a lot of stuff. And I was freaked the fuck out. They told me for the whole time I wasn't touching U.S. customer funds. That's why I thought that by their logic, what I was doing was not legal or would not illegal. And then they are like, oh, you're in New York, you have to get the fuck out of there. And I'm like, okay. And then they're telling me that I don't have U.S. customer deposits. And then by January, they're like, oh yeah, we never actually separated the rails between Fireblocks and Prime Trust. And then we found out that they didn't even use Prime Trust for most things. They just had U.S. depositors sweeping straight to Fireblocks. So that was the whole Prime Trust lawsuit. So it was just, we ended up becoming, I'd say, very close and remained close after we both left. And, I hope that history treats her appropriately. Let's put it that way, because she definitely was one of the only voices of reason and was in this weird position like me where does she want to lose her job? Does she even know what's really going on? Does she want to potentially raise a flag to a government organization, kill the company? She was right there with me. She just stayed on for a lot longer than I did. But yeah, in a worse way than I was. She was lied to, I would say. But yeah, I definitely was shoved down her throat at the beginning, but we became rather close, and I have great respect for her. I think that she tried to do all she could to keep the company honest and, wasn't able to effectuate change and was basically threatened, like me, just in a different way. One more question, guys, and I do have to
I just
run.
actually
I'm
have one other thing on this topic. Are you able to talk at all about Asaf Aram at all and potentially Camilla Churcher? They're both now with Anchorage Digital, who is a potential partner in the reorg plan.
I think they're both great people. Asaf was there only the first 6 weeks I was there. We became very, very close. He was the only person doing DeFi for the company, like in the summer of 2020 before I arrived. He's a very honest person. He saw their bullshit long before anyone else because he was one of the earliest employees. They basically ran him out and, I'm sure threatened him and did other stuff because as soon as he left, he was very scared to talk to any of us because he knew, he knew all of the dirt before it became really, really muddy dirt.
Awesome. Thanks so much for your insight. I don't know if anybody else had a quick question to jump in, but I'm done with mine.
Thanks,
Hey,
Cam.
Jason. I have a question because you're complaining about the lawyers and the I guess the redundancies in place now that wasn't there with Celsius. Did you ever try not scamming? Because that would
you're
have saved
funny.
you
You're
a lot of
funny, bro.
problems.
You're funny, bro. You clearly like your money. Anyone have a real question?
Hey, Jason, I have one last serious question here, and I'll let you go. Or actually, Eric has his hand up. If he has a serious question, maybe he should go.
Yeah, no, mine was serious.
Plan C. All my questions are serious, and so was Tony's. Jason, thank you for being on. Clearly, you care about the creditors in this situation because you're not one of them. Do you think that you're going to face any criminal charges because of what you've done?
Okay, I have a serious question because it's a waste of everyone. It's a waste of everyone's time.
Plan C.
It's a waste.
It's a serious question, though. I'm
okay,
curious if his lawyers told him that he can face criminal charges. It's a serious question. I'm not joking around.
Celsius lawyers telling me that I could face criminal charges does not mean that I could face criminal charges.
Jason, I didn't say Celsius lawyers. Your own lawyer.
Okay.
Your own lawyer. Do you think you could face criminal charges for what you've done? It's a serious.
I'm not at liberty to answer that. Okay?
Why don't we ask a question that could benefit all creditors? So here's my question before Jason goes, because no one else has a serious question. Jason, what are your thoughts on why all these transactions could have been, or what would be the motivation to delete thousands of transactions from Celsius? Like, what are they? Obviously, you don't do that unless there's something to hide. So,
Plan C. What type? I'm not aware of this. Can you give me a little more background?
Simon, can you explain the transactions that have been deleted? Because to me, like, this doesn't happen unless there's something to hide.
Yeah. So, I'm happy to give you a read.
Simon, what was deleted exactly?
Yeah, no. After they got chased out of UK, there was this transition period where the transactions were meant to happen with the US entity rather
Simon,
than the
there?
UK entity. Oh, I'm speaking, but you can't hear me, no?
I can hear you.
I hear you.
Right,
I hear you.
So Mary, you just can't hear me.
Yeah, but I don't. Simon.
Yeah.
Is Simon talking?
Could someone let know?
Yeah,
Mary,
Simon's talking.
Oh, okay.
Simon's talking.
Let me mute.
Okay,
Sorry.
cool. So in the Examiner report, it was reported that this $9 billion loan got marked down to $3.5 billion, and over 7,000 transactions were just unreported and missing, and would require a massive forensic investigation to figure out. And it's become one of the linchpins between whether shareholders own the assets or creditors own the assets. But there's about 7,000 transactions which are just missing and apparently too hard to even investigate. Do you know anything about it?
I don't, but I do know about the transition a little bit. Are these transactions that basically were deposits into the UK entity that then were supposed to be somehow transferred over to the US entity?
I think that's the case, yeah, if you know anything about that.
Do you know approximately the value of the 7,000 transactions?
Is somewhere between $1 billion and $9 billion.
Yeah, I think that's your answer. Honestly.
But why would they be deleted? Why would they be deleted?
Probably because Ronnie said they should be. That'd be my guess. Because me knowing these people, these transactions were deleted, and there's that big of a number. It's like 7,000 transactions, and then basically the whole book, 1 to 9 billion. Basically, I think that they would have been, let's call it, left behind by executive order, because they would some in my belief would be that some some reason for, or something to do with, had they reported them and kept records, would have shown some type of regulatory infringement or like illegal way of transferring the assets between the companies that they didn't want to face. So that, me just knowing how they used to operate, that's what I believe would have happened. And I think that that's where your answer is, because there is something in those 7,000 transactions that probably leads to this hole that you're discussing, or some of it. That's what I would assume. But honestly, I have no direct insight into this because they were doing the transition right as I was leaving, or they were just like starting it. I think they announced the transition maybe 4 months after I left. So like they were just starting it when I was leaving. But remember, I wasn't part of like the accounting team or the finance team. Like just knowing how they did things though, and hearing this data that you've given me, my guess would be that, and I know how scared they were about the transition and like matching numbers up. They were that scared about matching numbers up when they finally went to do it. Now I'm hearing transactions got deleted, and it's not even like 500 million. It's like the whole book. There you go. There's like something that must have happened in that transition to lead to such a hole. I don't know if that's, yeah.
Jason,
And
did you only think you were trading with international funds? You mentioned
Sorry?
did you think that you were only trading with international customer funds and not U.S. funds?
Up until early December, yeah, I believe that was the case. And there's actually a Slack message between me and Harumi when I found out that I was touching U.S. funds, and like I completely freaked out. And that's like, I think it's public record somewhere, or it will be at some point.
And that's what, and just using international funds you felt was okay to do. I'm just trying to like get into your mindset. Like,
I'm honestly, I don't remember my exact mindset back then. Like when I first started, they said, "Oh, you're like 60% of our users are international. We're not comfortable. We don't think that we can do DeFi with U.S. customer funds. Like for now, you're only touching international customer funds." And I was like, okay, great.
Right. Sorry to cut you off, but you were aware that Alex and the whole company were saying that they were not rehypothecating customer funds, right? They never said they were not rehypothecating just U.S. funds. It was all funds. So if you're part of rehypothecating,
yeah, hold on. So and you can ask any ex-employee, Asaf Aram, Leah Jonas, like literally anyone, come see him. The internal company, like not just modus operandi, but like written internally, it was like the act of like investing money or was not rehypothecating. That was what was coming down from the executives. And like, sure, I was on the executive team meetings on Tuesday mornings, but so were 12 or 14 other people that didn't have a C-level title, So that was what we were told. Like we were told that wasn't rehypothecating. I wasn't part of the main business. Remember, like I wasn't watching Alex's AMAs, knowing what he was saying to the world. I was seeing Alex in 3 times a week meetings with different other executives. Like I was just a person that worked at the company.
So just to summarize, you're saying that the executive said you can use international funds for DeFi because that's okay, but you can't use U.S. funds. But even though you're going to use international funds for DeFi, that's not rehypothecating. That's what they told you, essentially?
No, they never said the second part because it wasn't something to say, if you know what I mean.
It was assumed that it wasn't I mean, you didn't assume that was rehypothecation. I apologize.
I wasn't in the lending business before they acquired KeyFi. I was in the software technology business for staking. Like, I assumed that the people I had known for 5 years who had invested in and supported 2 of my past companies who had grown into this huge number 2 in the world lending entity. Like I wasn't Johannes. I wasn't like customer facing, like I wasn't thinking about what rehypothecation was. Like I was told that this is your job. You understand?
Yeah, well, let me assure you that was rehypothecation.
I now understand. Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah, Jason, this is Lawrence. I really appreciate more that you're being so candid with this group. And Simon, I would suggest
was also looking for some advice on how to basically not let the estate fuck up this settlement and not let them charge the estate hundreds of thousands of dollars for asking me why God.eth is worth $500K.
I'm getting to that point, Jason.
I
think that, Simon, you have the ability to not only bring in the creditors, but bringing in people that were brought into this Celsius business model unknowingly what was going on because they were focused on their task at hand. And it could be a great tool for Plan C, for Cam and others to try and figure out this 7,000 transactions that are very obviously, they've been deleted in my seat at the table simply because Alex still holds the majority of the stock in this British company, and that the Kirkland and Ellis are going along with the plan, and the B round series people wanting to have a claim against all of the business. It seems to me that all of these monies were commingled in all of these different accounts, and your advice to the creditors to file against this company is mandatory simply because of the judge's ruling, accepting the lawyers as being truthful and honest. I mean, Jason's coming here and basically looking for advice from us, and we're trying to figure out how to stop the bleeding, how to stop our pockets from
How
being
do we stop the bleeding?
Jason, why did you file a lawsuit against Celsius if you knew that you were also in the wrong, that you perpetrated?
I left in March 2021, bro. A lot happened after I left.
Yeah, but you filed a lawsuit against them when you knew that you were partially responsible for what's happened here, right? So why file a lawsuit? I would just hide under a rock if I were you. Honestly, I'm not trying to be funny.
Well, I'm not a fucking pussy, so I didn't do that. That's the only answer I have for you.
Jason,
I'm trying to be helpful here.
Hey, Jason, I realize that you are Han, but let's just not call each other names.
No, he didn't call me. He didn't call Mary. He didn't call me a name.
But that's just a bad word.
Okay.
That's just a bad
Sorry,
word to use.
I excuse my
No,
language.
that's all right, Jason.
I apologize.
That's all right, Jason. That's all right, Jason. No,
Mary,
listen, I know it's very. Listen, it's very heated in here.
It's okay.
I know. I just want to keep it civil.
Listen, thank you guys.
Eric,
thank you guys for giving me the stage to speak. I appreciate it. I hope I've shared some info that you guys find relevant. If anyone has further ideas or comments for me in terms of the things that I first asked when I came here, my DMs are kind of open, or Simon can get me, or Plan C can get me those questions or advice, and I would really appreciate it, because I do not want Celsius creditors to keep hurting because now lawyers are in charge of everything. So thank you guys.
And you do not want to go to jail either, right? I'm assuming that's part of it.
Me going to jail has to do with my relationship with the FBI and the Department of Justice, and is a separate thing from the Celsius bankruptcy.
Hey Jason, appreciate you coming on stage. If we run these spaces pretty often, like Simon usually is the one hosting them. So yeah, if there's any more insights you have into these transactions, or any inside activity that could benefit creditors if it gets out there, we would love to have you back to.
If you guys ever want to put together a list of planned questions, I'm happy to do an AMA with you and Simon to answer when I'm allowed to, 100%.
Jason, you're appreciated more than you know, and if you could bring forward other people that are in similar situations like you are.
I've tried. A lot of them are so scared because the people
where are the
know as much
whistleblowers?
as I do.
Where are the whistleblowers?
You guys know their names.
FTX had a ton of whistleblowers that came out right away.
Plan C, let me explain. So the people that have the type of data that I do, or the information that I do, or that were there before me, which you guys know the names of them, they were not knowingly, in most cases, part of perpetuating the fraud. It really was at the very top executive level. As you've seen, they screwed over their employees. They would make them pay taxes on locked up shares they never got. Crazy stuff. So they're all scared, and they don't have what Connor Nolan has, and have the courts paying for their legal counsel. And a lot of these people have all of their money locked up in Celsius, and Celsius has threatened them. So I've done what I can with my friends.
But if Celsius is threatening them, that's just really quickly. So
I
one
can't.
thing.
I've done what I can. I'm trying to get them to come forward, dude.
Jason, just one last thing. So just want to do a comparison between Celsius and FTX. So when FTX went down, right away there was whistleblowers coming out within the company, within Alameda, within FTX. What did that result in? It resulted in law enforcement acting quickly, and they actually recovered billions of dollars. I'm not saying there's necessarily billions of dollars to recover here. There might not be, but the fact that the examiner said, I cannot find these transactions, that should be a sign right away for the.
I have your answer.
The UCC.
The people that could be the whistleblowers that you're looking for left long before the thing went bust, and weren't senior enough. They found the stuff and got uncomfortable and left. They didn't know that they were perpetuating the fraud. They didn't know, they weren't benefiting from it. So they left, and now they have no incentive because all of their money is locked up in Celsius too. It's not the same type of thing where they're going to be legally liable for what happened and they can go and make a deal with the feds and like testify, you know? It's not the same type of situation.
Jason, somebody has those records for those 7,000 transactions.
I hope you're right.
Well, and the moment I think Jason, I think we said that makes logical sense. Like, there's not an incentive for these whistleblowers to come forward, otherwise they would have. But
I've
the
been
fact
encouraging them to.
Yeah, and just the fact that these transactions, you know, the moment the examiner said, like, I can't find these, it's impossible to find these transactions, the UCC, as representing all creditors, that should have been an immediate signal to say we need to hire forensics to dig into these transactions. You don't just
leave you guys with something funny.
But that's
I've been
it.
trying to get a face-to-face meeting with at least 2 of the members of the UCC, with White and Case being present, and my lawyers and Celsius lawyers, to basically, you know, air my concerns about Celsius's lawyers not actually driving towards settlement. And I have not been allowed to have a meeting with them because
none of us are surprised, Jason. None of us are surprised.
It's fucking ridiculous. All right. Have a good one, guys. Hope I can help more in the future. Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks, buddy.
Please.
Enjoy your freedom. Enjoy your freedom right now.
Thanks, Jason.
Okay, that was eventful.
I will say one.
Mary, can you hear me? Or
I'm proud of you, Eric and Lawrence. You kept it cool.
I said from the beginning, and I know that Tony can attest. I said from the beginning that he, in my opinion, was probably culpable for some of this madness when that lawsuit was posted. There were members of the community that were so happy that he was suing Celsius, and yeah, he's the first guy to go after Celsius. And I read that complaint, and I saw bullshit throughout that entire fucking complaint. So,
hey, Eric, I might agree with you. And don't get me wrong. So the reason why I was trying to keep the conversation constructive, I'm not doubting that Jason did shady shit. I don't doubt that. But the shady shit he did, I don't think it damaged creditors a fraction of what the C-suite did. So the only reason why I don't want to attack him is because I just don't think it benefits everyone. Everyone kind of can have their own opinions. And if we want to have Jason back up here to potentially, I do think he has a lot of information. He worked side by side with the C-suite for years. And so I think he's one of the few people that's willing to speak that actually might know some of the stuff that could help with a better recovery. So, yeah, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to defend Jason by any means. I just think it's more constructive and beneficial for all of us to actually try and have him up here and not attack him. When you attack him, he's just not going to come back. And that doesn't, you know.
Let me say this.
No, I get your anger. I get your anger for sure.
No, let me say this. I understand what you're saying completely, and Mary and I DM'd each other, and I laid off. At the end of the day, he's not going to tell us anything more than what he's already, or his lawyer is already telling the other side. A, in my opinion, and B, the reason that I hate this guy so much is that he tried to come after our money. Like, when he sues the estate, he's suing for our funds. So I
he's a lesser of the evils, by far, a lot lesser.
Hold on.
All of us.
I agree with
now
you 100%.
Now he's coming into the community and asking us for help, and really he's just trying to protect his own ass. He said from the beginning.
No, he is.
He said from the beginning when he got on here, he goes, "I pulled all my funds off Celsius," and he's not even like he's like he has no funds on Celsius. So it's like he's just trying to protect his own ass. And
I'll tell you the reason he came on. Sorry.
And he's probably using our funds right now to pay for his fucking legal fees. So, like, I'm not.
Yeah. He's not the only one. But the reason why he came on here, and I can tell you the reason, is he came on here to basically complain about. He's trying to reach a settlement and not have a litigation, and he's basically trying to get the community to get mad at the UCC for these legal fees. So he's looking after his own interests 1,000%. I'm not stupid. But he came up here solely for his own benefit. But while he's here, we might as well try to get some information, right? That's how I feel.
No,
Hey, guys.
I agree. And by the way, we're all mad at the UCC. How well has that done for us so far? But anyways, that's
terrible.
Right.
Eric, this is Lawrence. You're absolutely right. These guys, if they were put to the fire, their feet were put to the fire criminally, they would all be squealing like little pigs.
100%. That's my fucking point. Exactly, Lawrence. That's my point. He has to know that that's coming. He has to know that that's coming. and that's why he's.
But wait a
Lawrence,
second.
Lawrence, you did a great job with your questions and the way you put them together.
When he's faced with a criminal indictment, he'll squeal about everything he knows. We don't have to ask him anything right now. That's my whole point.
Yeah. I do agree with you, Eric. But the one thing that could benefit creditors and actually save us money, and there's a direct link, is the fact that Roni is asking for a bonus in this process. He's asking for hundreds of thousands of dollars of bonuses. And you may obviously have your opinions on Jason, but I mean, Jason, I don't know if many people in the community were aware of the stuff that he said about Roni, right? And what's his incentive to talk bad about Roni versus Alex? I mean, where's the incentive for Jason? So my point is, he brought light to the fact that Roni, in his opinion, being involved with the C-suite intimately, he shared that Roni was potentially one of the biggest players behind this whole debacle. And now Roni's asking for a bonus. So the community should be outraged at the UCC and absolutely not let Roni have a bonus based on what Jason said.
And just so you know,
hey guys,
Roni's
Sharon's
the guy.
had her hand up for a bit. Hey, Sharon, did you want to say something?
Mary Simon just wanted to cut in quickly before Sharon.
Go ahead.
How do
I
we
can't
sort
hear
out
him anymore,
Mary
so
being
just
able
let me know
to
what he
hear?
says.
Do I bring someone else as a co-host and then Mary comes back up?
I think she just goes down and comes back up.
Can you go down and come back up, Mary?
I'll go down, come back up.
Okay. But just so you know, Roni is the guy that went absolutely nuts at the Bank to the Future team when we were asking too many questions. And he's the same guy that told us we need to fire our broker-dealer because we were asking for financial data and regulatory disclosures. And we had a lot of trouble with Roni.
And he was pretty pushy, just like he was probably pushy with the other C-suite members, right? And towards a lot of this stuff that happened.
I had a lot of complaints from my team in dealing with Roni.
Simon, if the AG is listening to this or they listen to it after the recording, they should be going after this Roni.
He's still getting paid every month from customer funds, and he's asking for a bonus. That's absurd.
It's further than that.
Where are all of our crazy pro-sayers who want to pro-say about bullshit? They should pro-say about this. Like, this is something that we should probably address, right?
So hi, 100%. Everybody. A couple comments on Roni. We need to be very careful of that gentleman. Two, I absolutely agree. The bonuses, the names on there are non-productive to bringing the case forward. I don't know if anybody else has any thoughts on that.
What do you mean by we need to be careful about this Roni guy? Can you explain that?
Rather not.
So criminal ties or something, or what are we saying here?
Just not someone that, on an individual basis, that you'd want to, at least what I've gathered in dealings, that you'd want to.
He's also co-founder of a company with Daniel Leon, and his other business partner in a different company was done in for money laundering, and that person's wife was operating a call center for a binary options facility in Israel, which what's his name? Mark Cahodes is very against binary options, but those are associated with crime syndicates in Israel.
I'm not sure how many of you guys heard my rant last time we had this call about the connections that I allegedly believe existed, but I hope some of this is coming to light, and I hope you guys are understanding who's behind this and who potentially could have been involved here. So anyways, I'll leave it at that.
Cam, I think Simon got hit with PTSD when you said Mark Cahodes.
No, but if it's all coming together, like if this whole conversation's coming together and that connects to the INEC stuff, that's pretty interesting.
So the topic that I had that I guess Jason kind of teed up, that I'd love to hear where other people are at right now, is things that we can do to kind of curtail the exorbitant legal cost spending. And the one thing I'd like to offer up, my experience in another estate case, is that some counsel have filed alleged harassment charges in order to stymie those that are slowing down the process and driving up billable hours. Has anybody else heard of this kind of action being successful in something like the forum that we're in?
New to me. Did you say that's happening in another Chapter 11?
Not Chapter 11, but in an estate and trust case.
What I've read about the law, Simon, is that if you believe the UCC has breached your fiduciary responsibility, you can ask the court to have it examined. The whole entire UCC, all their actions and stuff.
All right, come on, guys. Let's be serious for a second.
What's serious, Tane?
The UCC is not going to get thrown out. We're in the end game now. Let's be realistic.
Yeah. So bringing it back, I think we got a bunch of information there. I think we can all. I mean, it's kind of thrown me now. Where does everyone want to take this now?
Well, Simon, we went past the 30 minutes that you said you wanted to stay. So how long do you want to stay now?
Yeah, well, I don't know. We can either maybe. Does anyone want to say, knowing that everyone who's important will listen to this, so anyone that's anything to do with this case. So what? Maybe we could just utilize this time, knowing that everyone who's important is going to be listening, for just a bunch of people to say what they want to get voiced and heard. How about we use it for that?
Sure. So you want to go another 30 minutes?
Well, just keep it open.
Okay.
I'll yeah.
Okay.
And if anyone wants to voice something, knowing that everyone who's important in this case will be listening, put your hand up and say what you want to say.
I have something, Simon. It's Lawrence.
Go for it, Lawrence.
So I believe that there's a lot of other people just like this gentleman who would like a forum to be able to state their case and be heard fairly. And furthermore, I believe that if you're not happy with whatever deal you get to, we need to be prepared to go to the judge with some type of emotion, because once that judge signs off on this, we have no say. From what I understand, it's over and done. It's a fait accompli. So we really need to be prepared. That's enough.
I would just add, and then you could bring me down, that I appreciate Cam's questions as well. I think Cam did a really good job and was trying to extract as much information out of him as possible. And I'm sure Cam was ready to rip his head off like I was. So
Cam always does a good job. That was really good. Thanks, Eric. You kept it cool too. You kept it cool, or tried to. Hey, Tony, you wanted to say something?
Sorry, were you talking to me?
Yeah, you had your hand up, so didn't know if you wanted to say something.
Oh yeah. So what if there was a bid that was going to put the loan book with a real loan servicer, not figure lending? What if there was a legitimate mining company that was going to take over, not TerraWolf? What if Earn was going to get back 100% of the coins available? And what if there was a major TradFi player that was going to back this plan? Would anyone be interested in this plan over a glorified hedge fund that wants to do a staking business?
Spill the beans.
Are you buying it, Tony? What's going on?
I think I just spilled all the beans I can.
A name would help.
Come on, Tony. Some initials? What's going on?
It won't help if we give a name, but they are there.
Agreed.
So there's a better future. We just need the UCC, and luckily they're listening, to stop trying to push us towards these shit coins, provenance, however you pronounce it, blockchain that has like $400 of liquidity daily. We all just want to get out of this mess.
Dang, Tony.
Nova Wolf is not going to make us whole. It's just not going to happen. So just give us what we have. If this bid has a plan in place to IPO the mining will make up the difference. These dividend payments that we're going to be getting through Nova Wolf, that are going to be like, what, $95 every quarter or something divided by, 100,000 creditors, 50,000 creditors, how many are left? It's not going to help us get our money back. There is a plan out there to give us what's left and let the IPO of the mining eventually make up the difference. They have a plan in place, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. It'll be done during this bull run. We just need the UCC to understand that nobody wants Nova Wolf. The common creditor is not going to benefit from Nova Wolf. The people that need the money are going to sell their equity tokens. They're going to sell it on this illiquid blockchain. There's going to be like a 75, 85, 95% haircut on it. They're not going to get any liquidity out of it. And then on top of that, they're not going to get their quarterly payments, which might be like $50. There is no benefit to this outside of people that have a ton of money, don't need the money, and are willing to risk it for however many years. But the people that need it, which is the vast majority of creditors, it's not going to benefit them at all.
Chris missed early. Grizzly.
Hey, I just want to say I agree with everyone that says that Roni needs to go. Shit I've been told about the dude, it's no good. He should not be anywhere near any of our assets or this plane that's getting designed. He's a true criminal.
Hey, Alexander.
Thank you for bringing me up. So, guys, I just would like to recap that for me. So, Jason Stone, how I understand, he was a former employee of Celsius, long dated history back with actually Mr. Alex Mashinsky, how I understood it. So, there I would like to ask him to help him. Did he run through a traditional HR process to get the how I read up here, they got acquired, right? And so he got the CEO. So, he said also that, how I also understand it, that he's a yield strategist, right? So he had an idea to earn ETH yield based on NFT staking. I don't know how that works, but coming back in the AMAs, they always said we have a low risk strategy to get this yield, right? So I would say there was not ever a real disclosure on this kind of yield strategy. And hold on, one more thing. So, and also I just Googled a video in YouTube, which is from the 13th April of 2022, because Stone said that he spoke 3 times to probably be, so he did not follow the AMAs, right? But there's a video where Mashinsky says Celsius did not or does not take any market directional bets. So they run a delta neutral strategy. I understand he is already a year overgone from Celsius, but his yielding strategy is definitely is not a delta neutral strategy, right? To my understanding. And one more thing I would like to add is, who did he present his plan to? I mean, and did he ask for, okay, this is the amount of money I need to make this strategy work? So because what I also understand is that he never returned the assets, right? He still had the private keys. So, I mean, when he knew that this actually is just, going to the casino and trying to earn the yield within the casino, why, at least when he left, did not just return it and now asking us for help? But to really help him, I would say, okay, return the assets you got first. And then we can talk. I mean, how much having your connection to the C-suite, and I understand that you were scared, but again, this video about Mashinsky come out 1 year later than he left the company, that they do not take delta neutral, or they have a delta neutral strategy. Okay, I mean, there was these AMAs, but was he so scared to not speak up that this is a strategy which probably should be explained to the community? Thank you.
Thanks, Alexander. Hey, Cam, go ahead.
Yeah, just to continue on that, I mean, the context with Jason joining the company, he didn't get along well with, like, Harumi Areta Thompson was his manager. She was the CFO, and she didn't really get consulted when he was brought in. It was kind of one of these Mashinsky things where they wanted to bring in this guy who we'd previously done business with, and they kept ramping up, sending him tens of millions of dollars, and there were clearly not good organizational controls to keep track of things.
So Cam, sorry to interrupt you. So they sent him the money. So he did not ask for a certain amount to try his strategy. They just send him money randomly to try his yield strategy. Do I understand
Yeah,
that
so they
correctly?
configured a computer terminal for him to log in through VPN initially. So he would do that and I guess use MetaMask for that computer and deploy assets on various protocols and buy NFTs. Interestingly enough, that Mutant Demon NFT that's part of his profile photo is now, at least last I checked, in possession of his attorneys, or the wallet that his attorneys control. So it sounds like he's trying to sell that now, and it'd be part of the restitution to the estate. But and then apparently his access to the VPN was problematic, so they eventually then just gave him the keys, which he said that he also provided a copy to his father. So I mean that OXB1 address is fairly compromised when you have all these people that have access to it. But one of the things the Arkham report, or Arkham Intelligence did a report on Celsius, and they analyzed the DeFi activities in that wallet. And they were estimating that relative to, say, like if you're purchasing an NFT and then the market price of Ethereum or whatever other asset you previously were in appreciates, you're essentially losing out, even if the NFT is, gaining some ground. And I think they estimated it was somewhere north of like $200 million, might be $300 million of effective losses by not having kept the assets that were on the books. So, I mean, it wasn't a successful strategy by that estimation. But the record keeping of Celsius is so terrible that it's really hard to evaluate anything other than just looking at the missing $3 billion and saying, wow, they found almost every way to screw things up, including there's these little feed posted a screenshot of the token grants that went to team members. So when
Cam, sorry to interrupt you. That's exactly. So how many more were there like someone like him, right? Who did exactly the same when he said, okay, this other.
Yeah, I think people probably, because the accounting was so bad, they didn't probably have a sense of where the assets that they were being entrusted with to invest. So like the investments didn't go well, but they probably didn't realize everything that was going on to some degree. I mean, some people certainly did. And then it sounds like Jason got wind of things that weren't to his likings. He was actually the first person to publicize that Celsius was using customer funds to buy Cell Token on Liquid Exchange. Like we did not know that until Jason went on a podcast and said it. And he also made part of those allegations in his lawsuit against Celsius, which obviously we don't want the estate to get drained. But he has been the voice of pointing things out that had been proven to be correct before the examiner got her team into the internal records to confirm everything. So like the things that he's been saying have been proven correct. Obviously his opinions of certain people are just a matter of opinion, but the details that he's described are currently borne out as accurate based upon at least what I've seen. But I think one of the things I just wanted to leave in terms of my recommendation of why we're not seeing whistleblowers, when people leave a company either through resignation or layoffs, there's often a separation agreement where you're not permitted to defame a company. And I think the labor board is actually saying that these aren't legally enforceable. But it would be a great thing if the estate were to essentially waive the disparagement clause for every former employee, because we really need people to come out and speak. Like I think that's helpful to the process if more employees come out and talk about what they experienced. Because,
Cam, sorry to interrupt. I understand you. So the question would be there, now that we know it, because also Eric said, okay, this is real fraud and criminal charges. Would you consider Jason as real as a whistleblower, or is actually this should not be an advice from the community because this comes too late?
It's hard to say. I mean,
would be
I think it's complicated, right? So he did leave before things completely blew up, but the things were starting to go off the rails during that time as well. So I think it's probably conflicted. I don't think he necessarily knew it would end this badly because things just continue to amplify. Like the AUM ballooned subsequent to his leaving. It was probably in the billions of dollars, but it hadn't crossed over, you know, to the tens of billions, which I think we probably finished at 25 billion or higher at the peak. So things got even more out of control. Like he could probably see the train starting to veer off the tracks, but he just thought it wasn't the place for him and got out of there. And then things clearly got even worse from that point.
Sorry, one more question. Do we even know that someone can rewind what he did in DeFi? Someone else than him? Or is it totally way too complicated and it's like, okay, like the Fed buying all these worthless things?
Well, it sounds like they bought a lot of worthless NFTs. Like he was suggesting that some of them wouldn't fetch more than the gas prices. So there's a lot of garbage. It sounds like the Demon NFT is going to fetch a decent amount of money for the estate, but that's kind of his get out of jail free card. Well, not free, but get out of jail for a Demon card. I mean, he's going to have to pony up, but it's basically like whatever's in the assets here will be sent. I don't get the picture that he's well off. It seems like he had to send some funds to his attorneys that the court was haranguing about because there was questions about the impropriety of sending funds from that wallet. It's like the Demon NFT is now in that same wallet that his lawyers control. So it seems like it's a matter of millions that he'll probably be able to find, but it's not going to be anywhere near kind of the damage that all the activities contributed to.
Okay, we've got Keeper, then Jovi, then Bug Out, then SP.
Hey guys, thanks, Mary. Yeah, Cam, to further your point, actually, so a couple things. I mean, look, dude, I mean, you know this pretty well as well. I mean, in the consulting world, I don't care if you're tech or whatever. I mean, who gets $2 million, take as you please, expense account? That does not exist. I'm sorry. That's really weird. Two, I mean, the guy had a contract, it expired, and that contract ended over a year and a half ago. And I don't care if you're, let's say, the CFO of a former company or an accountant that knows the passwords, accounts, and all the financial detail. I mean, the access codes to whatever, wherever the company, has their money for payroll, whatever. If you dip into it a year and a half later, I mean, do you think an accountant would really be sitting, not in jail at the moment? The answer is no. So also a very strange part of this case that I can't wrap my head around, that, the guy can dip in whenever he pleases. But hey, I mean, if he's here and he wants to talk and he wants to share some information, I think we are, I mean, does this no, I guess it does us no ill to listen, I guess. But yeah, very strange aspects. The other thing that I wanted to bring up, has anybody looked at the new coin report carefully, and also where the monies are? I mean, well, there's two sides of this document. One is the coins that are in Fireblocks, which contains a lot of the staked ETH, and that's, by the way, in the UK Ltd company. Is that a concern? Because I didn't see it that way initially. I didn't think that they were mostly in the UK Ltd company.
Yeah, there's $1 billion of cryptocurrency in the UK company that the Series B are aiming to take claim over.
Right. So here's the thing, right? I mean, I know we've been talking about, like, these 7,000 transactions and whatnot taking place behind the scenes and what have you. Look, I mean, I've been on this $9 billion thing for a very long time, but just to clarify that thing, I want to just say that there's a document that I actually have been going by from day one, right? And my research into this UK LTD company, and I've done a lot. So basically, this one document kind of has four entities that were not already included in Chapter 11 that are under U.S. Jurisdiction to be in bankruptcy court, right? And those were obviously, GKA, UK LTD, and CNL. So now, and one other. So CNL basically had now in this document, right? It basically says, it lists all the companies. It shows the ending balance and the beginning balance, but also a look back period dating back to, I believe, July 2001. All right. So it has all inflows and outflows. And the final, now it actually entered into the CNL account like this. There was I think it was about $8 billion that came into, or $7 billion rather, sorry. $7 billion that first were deposited into the UK LTD company in August 2021. And July, there was no activity, although it does look back there was zero balance. In August, there is a positive $7 billion balance. Now, it goes month by month and shows you, all the, the inflows and outflows for every single organization within, the Celsius group of companies. So the end balance is shown as of 7/13/2022, which is the day we went into court. Now, from what I understand, that basically means that if that has a positive balance of $9 billion at that very moment in time, just like any other account that we've been, every entity that we've looked at other than this, all of them were on lockdown. There has not been a single transaction that was made without the court's visibility and approval. And I think we've all we've seen this, right? We're witness to all this. So then how is it possible that there's these 7,000 transactions taking place, as we're already in Chapter 11? The way I looked at it at first was that, hey, Celsius declared that information. Now, it wasn't necessary for them to, but I'm thinking at that time when I was doing my homework, I was thinking, okay, well, look, I mean, I'm not trying to devil's advocate. I mean, look, I mean, 2 months of silence, and the first words that I hear is that the property of the estate is not that of the creditors, but that of the debtors. That's a statement that I take very seriously, and I take offense to that. Right. So don't get me wrong about this. This is not I'm not I'm not, there used to be a time where people were moderate towards Muslims. I'm not like that. I'm really not trying to take a stand for that. But seriously, just saying that, like, hey, if he disclosed that, maybe it was basically to, win some confidence from the judge, saying that, hey, we do intend to restructure and we do have some money to back it up. We've hired a third party, an auditing company, which is huge. ALM, by the way. And Cam, to your point again, yes, ALM is that company that actually made everybody sign those exit letters with a very, very, very harshly stipulated consequence of, non-disclosure. And I know this company very well. They're very good at what they do when they do that. So now, but if they hired them to do all the financials and do the audit, then they've done their due diligence. They're the ones who prepared all the documentations for the court. They're the ones who prepared all the documentation for the data room. And they're the ones who prepared documents for the examiner's report and whatnot. And for the longest time, we were operating off that data for at least, I'd say 3/4 of this case duration. So now I'm thinking, how is there any room for any foul play in any of this? It just doesn't seem possible to me. And I feel like, they might have done this, and not only ALM, right? Centerview also did an audit, and then the examiner did her own audit, and it was still showing $9 billion. But then all of a sudden it just changed, and this was over the last 2 months. Why did that change? Am I missing something here?
Just the one bit, the article that said the 7,000 transactions were missing were between the pause and the filing, not after the filing.
The pause. So, but then, so the date of the filing was 7/13, correct? Now this document has a positive balance of 9 billion. So then, and then it shows every transaction, like literally, I'm not joking. I mean, it has every transaction from July 2021 all the way up to, July 13th, 2022. And, it shows it had grown from 7 billion to 8 billion, and then to 10 billion at one point, and it came down back to 9 billion. And, I mean, look, I understand that, like, if there were any changes, now, if you just look at the numbers and match them to the dates in this document, which I can share with everybody, it's not a problem. I mean, it's in my tweet, the only tweet that I've pinned in my profile. But I mean, that's an important document. I don't think that that's something that they can fudge or even want to entering bankruptcy, right? If their intention was to restructure, which, by the way, this is not really what I envisioned as restructuring at all. This looks like it looks like they've been screwed out of this entirely. And, I mean, I don't know. I don't even know if, like, they're even the real enemy anymore, to be honest. This just looks like a whole other thing. I mean, Simon, do you see it that way? Like, you know what I'm saying?
I'm very focused on getting us out of Chapter 11, and I think this has become very relevant. And I think everyone bringing their information, is important, and we got to get to the truth. And this has become important to the case now, so we are going to find out the truth, I think.
But then, how does so many transactions happen between the pause when they're actually being, you know what I'm saying? Because again, we do see that fluctuation because the look back period is the same for everybody, right? I mean, for all the directors and the executives and whatnot, for every single one of Mashinsky's entities. I don't think that I mean, if you were filing for Chapter 11, just putting myself in somebody else's shoes, going into a federal court like that, with the intention of wanting to come back, I just think that, like, I don't know, man. There's too many companies that would not put their neck on the line for something that would be so careless. You know what I'm saying? ALM would not touch it with a 10-foot pole. I'm telling you this right now. I've even read their contract, by the way. Yeah, they don't take any a lot of these contracts, by the way, even our attorneys, they do not take any responsibility for displaying any inaccuracies of information, and that also exists in our examiner's report. So it basically has a disclaimer saying that it's subject to the information that we receive.
Yes, I guess all I'd say is the shareholders, Celsius, and the UCC have now filed documents requesting this information. They've put a timeline for figuring out this information up until June. And so both the UCC and the preference shareholders have requested this information, and the UCC's put together a timeline. So we're going to find out.
So I mean, are they saying that, like, that document was not true? Are they challenging that, or, like, I mean, do they have any evidence to go by? Because I
know
don't.
they're doing an examination type process where they're requesting the information by certain dates.
Right.
And at the moment, Celsius knows the information, and the shareholders and the UCC don't seem to know the information. And so they put together a timeline for requesting that information to be produced.
Sure. Well, tell you what, man, I'll send you that document. I mean, whether it's you directly or to Azad or whatever, but take a look at it. I mean, it might help you as well, right? Because this is an old document, right? But it's still, it has a timeline. It was the initial documents that were presented at the beginning of bankruptcy. And that's the only document that, you know, had remained consistent, and only up until 2 months ago. But that narrative has changed, and so drastically that it doesn't make sense, right? So, you know, I think it's worth taking a look at again, just to make sure that we're not, missing out on a potential opportunity by, you know, going on a witch hunt. I mean, I'd say the same thing about Donald Trump's freaking taxes. He hires Accenture, the PricewaterhouseCoopers of the world. You're not going to find shit there. You know what I mean? I don't like the fucking guy, but I'm just saying, you know, you're not going to find shit there. It's just, that's all I'm saying.
Hey, SP, I think you were next, or was it Jovi?
No,
Yeah,
Jovi's
Jovi.
next.
Yeah, thanks. Go ahead, Jovi.
Hi guys, thanks. I appreciate it, and I appreciate it, Simon, for holding these, because these things educate me. Even though I feel like every time I listen to one of these things, I have like a million new questions, and it's kind of hard to just keep up with it. Um, Regarding what the last guy was talking about, what were you guys, Simon? Were you saying that? Were you guys addressing the 7,000 missing transactions? Like, were you saying Celsius has those, but the shareholders don't?
No, so there's a new I put out a tweet. There was a new document where the UCC has basically the preference shareholders have requested the information because they believe that the 9 billion isn't in fact 3.48 billion. It goes down to like 1 billion. And the UCC put together filed a proposal saying, here's some key deadlines. So there's let me see if I can tweet it out. Give me a second, I'll pin it to the top. But a timeline that goes on until June of going through a discovery process of putting together a new process for valuing what that intercompany loan is worth, and some more discovery on what actually happened there.
Okay, got it. And that intercompany loan was supposedly happened when CNL transferred Americans to LLC, right?
So when Celsius could no longer operate within the UK because it didn't have the licenses, it was during that time when they tried to make themselves a US company, and then they could say to the FCA, which was the UK regulator, that they're not operating a collective investment scheme, and they don't need to register for the virtual asset license. And so then they and that was the time of the switch of the terms and conditions. And
but
then
that was the time of the intercompany loan.
Yeah, that was a resolution to a regulatory issue that they were trying to resolve with the UK Financial Services Authority, Financial Conduct Authority.
The issue I'm having is, and again, this isn't legal advice, I'm not a bankruptcy attorney, but the issue I'm having here is if there's 7,000 missing transactions and the figures are so off, 9 billion versus 3.5 or versus 1 billion, to me that looks obvious that, like, basically the judge had found that it was the intent of the shareholders to transfer the US customers to LLC. But the amount of money, there's no way that they took creditors' money. It wasn't congruent coming from CNL to LLC. The dollar figure couldn't have been congruent because it's so blurry and so unknown. And we're not talking about like a few million or even 100 million. We're talking about like billions. That maybe I got to do some more digging too. I just do not see how they found the intent.
So I pinned the doc to the top where the UCC has said this is the timetable for discovery and the document where they proposed. And then if you look in that tweet thread, it's also got the Series B request where they go through the difference between the 9 billion, 3.5 billion, and the 1 billion.
Right. But I maybe I don't know enough about bankruptcy, but I do not see how when this transfer took place to LLC, it's obviously such a huge gap that to me, it just spells fraud right all over the whole thing. There's really no way around that. And also, from my perspective, it's like the amount of creditor funds for their intent to have been, hey, we're going to transfer all American creditors over to this LLC from CNL. Okay, if that's your intent, then you're also transferring all of their money from CNL to LLC. And we're finding from the evidence that there is absolutely really no evidence showing that there was a congruent transfer of their funds to LLC.
Yeah, correct. So this is why it's got to go to discovery, because all of the questions we're asking need to go through a proper process.
Right. So we're kind of working backwards where everyone's like, what's my claim? How much money? And it's like, from my point of view, it's almost like they should figure out the fraud first, or I guess they are trying to, the UCC is still fighting to say, oh, the decision was incorrect based on intent. These should all be one company. But it's just like, yeah, this thing is just so, the more I listen in, I'm just like, it's so much better. And then the guy, Jason, I mean, I think everyone was getting a weird feeling there. Like, I don't even know much about his situation. He's obviously got his own agenda. He's a party, he's got lawyers, but I do think it's smart, like you guys say, instead of like prodding him or being his enemy, maybe get as much information or help as he wants to give. I mean, I don't think anyone's seeing him as a hero, but maybe there could be some information there. And then based on what Simon said, again, this is something maybe I kind of disagree on, but I still think the UCC and the bankruptcy court, have the power to maybe make it easier on creditors with they can't plead the creditors' cases for them in the causes of action. But I mean, the bankruptcy court has broad discretion to manage, Chapter 11s, and they can allow or require consolidation of claims. And I think even pleadings. The UCC, I actually had been emailing them, and I think I read maybe on their Twitter that they are still fighting to consolidate or coordinate the claims to some extent. And they had emailed me that they're looking into ways of maybe they kind of stated it broadly. They're looking into ways to assert common claims, which I guess could mean anything. But hopefully, from my perspective, hopefully they're trying to do what's right and use the bankruptcy court and code, with the judge and the court to make it easier. They don't have to plead people's claims. They could take a little time, give a little instruction, tell people exactly how they want it. I mean, here's still a question I do not know, and I've heard two different ways, and it seems super simple. On the initial claim form, where it says debtors, and it's got like 7 debtors listed, I've heard no on that one. Like if you're an earn guy or girl, you mark the bubble Celsius Network LLC, and then in the addendum you state all your other claims. I've heard from other people, oh no, you mark all debtors on the first form, and then in the second form, in the addendum or whatever, you go into your more specific causes of actions and list your coin amounts. I mean, does anyone even know for sure that? Like, if I'm just a new guy to this whole process and I'm looking at this claim form, I'm a earn guy. Do I mark all debtors, or am I just marking LLC on the initial form and then going into the rest on the addendum?
I don't think anyone wants to answer.
Yeah, nobody even knows.
Not yet. I haven't gone through the process yet. But
right. So that's what I'm saying. Such a simple part of this process is like, duh. In the interest of expedient, I mean, because the court has that ability and the interest of making this a faster, more efficient process, to go, okay, yeah, we can spend a tiny bit of time, make it easier, make sure people have the instructions of exactly how to do this. We don't have to tell them how to plead it. here, these are the possible causes of action that have been gone over. And I think the UCC, hopefully they're trying to do what's right, and they're trying to push for making this easier with everyone. Who knows how the court will land on that. And then my last part of this is the Nova Wolf thing is like something I really don't know about. So I appreciated the gentleman that talked about it. That was pretty much saying like Nova Wolf is not the ticket, but he said like, it seemed like he was saying the people with a lot of money could sit there in Nova Wolf and maybe get somewhere from it, make a decent amount of money, get their funds back. But the people with only a little bit or something, they're not going to get much. I can't remember who that was, what his name was, but is that the case of what you were saying, or were you saying like Nova Wolf as a whole for everyone is just not gonna pull it off? Yeah. Again, I'm a guy that hasn't really looked much into it, so the information and education is highly appreciated.
Jovi, that was Tony V. You can and you know what? He was basically saying if you have the ability to ride this out and you don't need your liquidity right away, there might be an upside. But for the majority that want a faster ability to get to the money, and it's a huge risk. Like they're giving us a shared equity token that's some security on some blockchain that has no liquidity. So that's my understanding. And it's interesting because I came up too, because when I heard Tony say that, like, oh, there's a plan that had XYZ, all the things, he tickled our ears. As creditors, we've wanted this to have the mining separate, to get some of their coins back. And I was wondering, because I can't remember, does anyone know the legal processes? As creditors, will we be privy to all of these bids? Or is it going to happen like Voyager did behind closed doors? And like initially at that point, that was when FTX was in their bid and they were the stronghold and no one even got to see Binance's bid. Or are they all the bids coming to the table and we have the ability to see what they're going to offer and then we vote on it? Or is the UCC picking the number one bid they want and then bringing us to vote? I don't know if anyone knows that.
It's all behind closed doors. The UCC currently likes Nova Wolf. I just wanted to shed some light that there is a better plan for everybody else.
Okay, so that sounds awesome about the better plan. Hopefully you guys at some point will be able to disclose that or whatever and let people that need to know the information. But again, real quick on Nova Wolf though. So if we're kind of saying like
if you want to Bank to the Future put forward two bids. One of them, the first one, was used as a framework for Nova Wolf, but obviously I covered in videos what different things were taken out. And the second bid I put through is a framework for a controlled Chapter 11 liquidation where you give everything to creditors. So I put through the two frameworks, and two US companies have used those frameworks in order to put together two different plans.
Okay, awesome. I'll try and look into that. Maybe someone can relay that info to me when they get a chance or whatnot. But as per the Nova Wolf situation, if you guys have a lot more information on this and the expertise on it, and it's not looking like a good thing, even if all the smaller people that need their money out,
I think what Tony is saying, sorry, just to add to it so you can carry on, is that the way that I would be assessing this is equity, not an equity security token or an equity share token. The reason for that is because I know that security tokens trade at a deep discount to their underlying net asset value. And so the goal of trying to add the equity share token, EST, is to be able to say to the core, people have liquidity. But we know that the reality is liquidity won't be there. So if your goal is to go into this, get some coins back, and then immediately sell the token, then you're highly likely to be selling it at a deep discount, and it may not even trade at a price above the discrepancy between a controlled Chapter 11 liquidation and the reorg plan. And so what I think Tony's trying to say is that if your goal is to sell the token, then you may not even get as good as if it was a Chapter 11 liquidation. But if you can just sit there and treat it as equity and sit on it for several years, then, and you're not trying to sell the token. I'm sorry for the puns and sell and all that shit. Yeah, asking for ridicule. But if you're not trying to actually sell the token, then you're likely to be able to get close to net asset value by holding it as a long-term play. And
Got it. But
the people that are most likely to be able to do that are the ones that don't need the money.
Yeah.
got it. But see, that's where my actual question is. So if all the people in the beginning are pulling their money out and you're a person that wants to keep your money in long term, how is that, how is that going to end up to where you're going to even get your money long term?
All right. Well, you're getting shares in a company that will aim to make the most out of a debt-free mining operation that could be one of the biggest in America. You're also creditors will be putting a bunch of their ETH in there to be staked, and the loans will all be renegotiated, and all the interest paid on those loans will go to the new company. And then they're also looking to pursue different business interests. So it's a private equity investment that has 3 different types of income revenue streams. And yeah, that's and then they're going to put together a disclosure statement on the 12th of April. And they're currently working with regulators to figure out what forward-looking statements and projections they can put forward for people to assess that. So it's a business plan.
All right, Jovi, I'm going to move on because I've got a lot of requests. Thanks for your questions. So I'm going to move on with SP, and then I'm going to go to Jeeve. Or I'm sorry, SP, then IMAV, and then Jeeve.
Hi guys, I kind of addressed it because you guys said that it's behind closed doors, and I kind of came up here because if it's behind closed doors, I don't see any more UCCs in the picture, but we don't want the Novolith plan. We would like a controlled liquidation. I can't believe I'm saying that Chapter 11 liquidation in one word, but whatever Tony V was talking about, and if there is something like that on the table, and people have the knowledge of that, but you didn't bring it to the creditors and we find out afterwards, you have done us a disservice, because you are here not to do what's best for you, but for all of us. So I don't know if Novolith is paying you guys off and you're getting more, but I hope you think of all of us that are in this and do what's right. I just wanted to say that because we would really like to have the mining separate, loans separate, give as much earn back and go that way. I think that's the majority of us would appreciate that. And then just going off on a little tangent on our 9 billion. I don't know, you guys, if you really think there is a significant amount of money somewhere, do you think it would be worth offering a reward and amnesty if someone comes forward? Because we know someone would have knowledge. I don't know if that's even ability. And then I was thinking when you guys were talking about those 7,000 transactions or whatever was after the pause, before Chapter 11. That little gray period is very sensitive to me because that's when my loan was liquidated and we aren't looked at in bankruptcy court. So it'd be very interesting how they were going to go back and look at that time frame, or if Celsius was kind of knowing that that gray period would not be looked into, and that's why things were done during that time. Or I know once they hit Chapter 11, they can't touch funds, but that little gray period of the pause to Chapter 11 is a very interesting thing, and I think it needs to be examined for those transactions and for liquidated loans. Thanks, guys.
Hey, sorry, I'm not trying to skip ahead of anybody, but Tony V, I think Sharon was trying to DM you, and I don't think she can. Maybe you need to follow her back. Passing the message.
Simon, do you have any comments on SP's comments?
No, very good point. Like, the information needs to be known. It's a crucial stage. And there's 2 different routes it goes. Either there is missing money, or there is very creative accounting, and the outcome of that creative accounting will either favor creditors or shareholders. And so if shareholders want that number to go down as much as possible and creditors want that number to go up as much as possible, is the game.
Yep. Avi, go ahead.
Thank you, Mary. Appreciate it. Simon, real quick, I did message Azad because I'd love to have you on my video about how Celsius fudged me. Second of all, I'd like to kind of piggyback off SP. Liquidated loans, Tony, hopefully whatever you're talking about and some of the creditors that might be in play, we would love to see something for liquidated loans. Liquidated loans have been affected, I would say, disproportionately because we've already contributed even more of our funds to earn. So love to see more people talk about that. I did see Bill in here before. I just want to say hopefully that Abra is in play. And to give my condolences for one of his friends that apparently he did lose. And then I also had seen Thomas here. Thomas, if you're still here, would love to see how you're working with the UCC. If there's anything that you guys can do for liquidated loans, you have people that are willing to work with you guys, willing to probably even maybe pay more interest, return some of the collateral in order to get their coins back. I got liquidated at $1,000 for $1,000 Ethereum. ETH is now trading at $1,900. So that's a 90% delta. So that's just my piece right there. And Simon, thank you so much for everything you do. And Mary, thank you for bringing me up.
Thanks. Yeah, the borrower settlement hasn't hit the docket yet unless it's just come in. But it should be there any time now. And hopefully it addresses liquidated loans as part of it.
I believe it has yesterday. Just FYI.
It hit it? No, I know there was the basic terms overview, but did the actual settlement for borrowers hit the docket? I haven't seen it yet.
Sorry, my mic was a little sticky. I thought so. Yeah. With the numbers and all that, is that what you're referring to?
No, there was they met the midnight deadline on the 31st of March to put together updated terms, and it gave more details on the borrower settlement. But we still haven't seen the borrower settlement hit the court docket unless I missed something.
I'm going to double check. I thought I saw it, but I'll keep you posted.
All right. Thanks, Avi. Jeev?
Hey, guys. And Simon, thanks again for doing this. Comment and then a quick question. If it is true what you're saying, that everybody is listening to this, I think it's very important to reiterate everything Tony V said and piggyback on what SP said. If this bidder is real, and it sounds like it is, and Tony, thanks for all the hints you dropped. I think we have a good idea of who it is, who's involved. The Nova Wolf sponsorship or whatever should be dead now. To the extent that you still, and by you I mean the UCC, I see you're in here, to the extent that you still like Nova Wolf, it should just be as a stalking horse. Now we know that we know of this bidder. This should be the direction we end up at. I assume at the end of the bidding process we'll know more. But yeah, I think it's important that everybody, if this is the AMA that Simon is saying everyone is listening to, I think everyone, before you ask your question, should reiterate, we want what Tony just described. We've been through enough as creditors. This is the one that we thought would never happen, from what it sounds like, and it's a possibility now. Let's get it done.
To add some additional information, none of those have actually officially been submitted yet. So to be fair to the UCC are saying, they're engaging in the process. Celsius are engaging in the process, but until the formal plan is submitted, and there's a couple of syndicates that are looking to submit them, there is no plan other than Nova Wolf right now. So, I believe that there will be 3 plans submitted, but at the moment there's only 1 plan submitted.
The second plan was submitted. Third one, not yet.
this is great. It sounds like we have a chance at an ending we all thought we would never have. So I just want to reiterate again, UCC, if this bid is put forward, this is the one that all creditors want, with the exception of maybe a few fraud apologists. But everyone wants this outcome. My question was, I'm an idiot when it comes to this Series B ruling and the new claim form, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot of creditors not filing. What is the consequence for those who don't actually file? Is their claims for their coins itself in jeopardy, or just they'll be missing out on the fraud claims?
Yeah, so don't take this one as legal advice, obviously, put that one in. But my understanding is it won't affect your coin claim, but you may be missing out on a bunch of additional value that could turn to be important in the case that we can't really forecast right now. And
so it was my understanding that the whole point of filing the claims of fraud was to assign it to the litigation trust. Is that still the point of it, or is there something more that I'm not aware of?
So creditors have claims against the US entity for their coins, but a bunch of assets are owned by other entities at the moment based upon court ruling. And then you have claims, non-contract claims, for fraud and misrepresentation and trading without licenses and various other things that you may be able to bring to those entities that control those assets. And the assets that they control is $1 billion of cryptocurrency, a mining operation, GK8, and some other private equity that was designed to sidestep the entity that the creditors have entered into an agreement with. But there are a bunch of things that will happen in court that could change that. But in order to, so there's the two types of investigation. One is the intercompany loans, which is going to go on until July with the current time frame that was put out there. The other is that all of the entities should be treated as one, which is a court battle, a litigation. And the third is that everybody needs their claim forms, and everybody that exercise their non-contract claims against the different entities could end up with the value. And so we don't know which one's going to happen. And hopefully you won't need to actually exercise your claim. But if you lose it and you don't claim it by the 28th of April, you could end up foregoing all your value attributed to the mining operation GK8, $1 billion of cryptocurrency, and a bunch of private equity investments that you might be entitled to.
So then that sounds like, to Jovi's questions, we should be checking all entities on the claim form then, but nobody seems to know for sure if that's the right way to fill it out.
Yeah, I just don't think anyone wants to give the advice because no one considers themselves suitably qualified to give that advice at this stage.
Hopefully we'll know more closer to the deadline. Thanks again, guys. And again, if Simon told us everyone is listening to this AMA, everybody else who comes after me, before you ask your question, if you feel the same way, please reiterate what Tony said and what SP said. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Adam, Eli?
Yes, hello. Actually, so I apologize for the background noise. I'm in the car. So I have a question regarding, I have two friends that I recommended Celsius to, and I'm just wondering, so the settlements regarding the custody, is that contingent upon the deal with Noble Wolf, or is that finalized now?
No, the custody settlement is all set. It's signed by the judge. It doesn't matter if it's Noble Wolf or anyone else that's the plan sponsor. Our settlement is locked in place.
Great. I just have one more unrelated question. So regarding, I think I once heard on a Twitter space that as long as the amount is under like $25,000, then lawyers don't really enforce clawbacks. And I'm speaking of, I still buy crypto now, and I still intend to buy it. and it kind of factors into my strategy. I think I have this assumption that if I'm not buying $1,000 on the exchange within 90 days, chances are I'm probably not going to be a target for a callback. I mean, it's unfortunate that this way, I mean, we just have to assume that exchanges are subject to callback. So, does anybody have any? Can they say whether or not that's true?
Did you hear the question? Because you cut off, Tony. He cut off, rather.
I don't know if it was a custody related or just clawback in general, but the plan that they released, at least the version of it, said that anything under 100,000 removed from earn, they're not going to claw you back. So as of right now, that's the number, but it's still TBD. We still don't know for sure.
No, great, thank you. I apologize. I was speaking, just overall in general with bankruptcy law. There's a certain threshold that's too low. So basically, I think I heard that anything under $25,000 really isn't subject to clawbacks. So, just as a strategy to buy crypto. Sorry, go ahead.
Bankruptcy law was $7,575.
And that's over 90 days. That's not much. All right, thanks.
Yeah, but that's only for a clawback. So if you just buy, like for example, every week I buy on Strike, and I immediately remove off of Strike to my cold storage. So because I follow that pattern, even if Strike were to go bust, they can't claw me back because that's my normal use of the software.
Okay. All right. Great. Thank you. That's helpful.
The only way it's like they can claw you back is if, for example, you never removed anything, and then randomly one day you just took it all back. Technically, that's not how you use the platform. That's different from your normal use of it. And because you got a preferential payment, they can claw back that preference.
Okay. All right. Great.
Thanks, Adam. Johnny has his own.
Yeah, hi guys. Thanks for calling me up. I'm not sure that I have a question anymore as the conversation has shifted, thankfully, since I raised my hand from comparing one criminal to another to a more important subject in my eyes, which is the new bidder. And I'm glad Tony got a chance to speak as well before me and everybody else. To me, there's really, there's lots of issues, lots of nuances. All that is worth examining, of course. But, if you've got a serious bidder with, say, 55 billion in assets under management. Okay, right there, the startup risk is gone. As well as, you forced investment risk, gone. So how does that bid, all things being equal, not catapult to the front of the line? And how do we hold the UCC's feet to the fire to make sure that we all get a chance to verify whether or not it does? Because quite frankly, they've proven themselves to be untrustworthy. We've had to peer pressure them into converting this cherry pick bid into a stalking horse. And now that we've succeeded in doing that, I just want to make sure that the stalking horse serves its actual purpose and gets put out to pasture. That's really all I have to say, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, my answer is Celsius brought me in order to put more transparency to the process. I can't mention names, but they have really been cooperating in involving me in the process as much as possible and putting as much transparency out there. So, that initiative came from Celsius, and the UCC has been involved in, has been copied into those processes. So, I think there's enough people that are having sight of these things that we're going to find out exactly what the process is for revealing it. But there's oversight, and people they know that exists, and Celsius has, they reached out to me and asked to add this additional transparency to the process, and I'm happy with what they've been doing so far.
Thanks, Johnny. BSH.
Thank you for taking my call. I just had a kind of a random question. What do I do when I don't have access to my account? I'm being kind of locked out. I've been trying to sign in. It's not allowing me to reset my password. I've tried
my Celsius account was attached to a particular exchange, which is no longer legal for us to use in the United States. So I tried to change that so that the funds in custody would go to my MetaMask account, and it keeps saying email link sent to you, and I'm not getting it. So I reached out to the Celsius phone number, and I've sent emails, 7 to 8 emails, 7 to 8 phone calls, and I keep getting the same answer that Celsius, when I call, it's connecting me to their Stretto rep, and they keep saying to me, I'm sorry, that's a Celsius issue. You got to wait for them to respond. And I'm not getting any response. So I'm stuck, and I have all of this custody crypto that I can't get because they're not letting me access to my account. I don't know where to turn.
Yeah, that's awful. I'm sorry for your experience. It's 100% a Celsius issue, not a Stretto issue. It's if you can't log into your app, nobody can solve it other than Celsius. So keep working the Celsius customer support process. Also, let the UCC know that you're not getting a response from Celsius, and if it's getting dangerously close to the date where you need to compare what's in the app, escalate it on here, and hopefully whoever's listening to this from Celsius, please can you reach out to how can they DM you? How can they get a hold of you?
Yeah, I mean, this is my Twitter is at Columbus BH.
Yeah.
Hey, Simon, I think
Please
I can
help them out.
answer this
Yeah.
for him if you don't mind. BSH, I know the whole process. I was kind of in the same situation. So basically, they have a service desk called Zendesk. Now, I don't know if they're still operating, okay? But the process is such that you need to get in touch. So basically, if you call the support call the phone number, you're not going to get through it. It automatically shuts off in 2 rings. All right, so you got to send them an email. I believe it is, and I'll message you their email address. It's Zendesk at something and at Celsius or whatever.com. But basically, what they're going to ask you to do is, in order for them to authenticate and validate your identity, you're going to need to take a photo with your ID and pass that over to them. Now, I was a little this was a little sketchy sounding to me because I wasn't really sure, whether this was kind of a spam makeshift like email address that was created last minute, whatever. But so again, but I do know that they use Zendesk. So I would, if you want to absolutely make sure, call Zendesk and ask them to, transfer you to their Celsius network support rep, and go about it that way. Just as an extra caution of security, right? So then when you take your photo and you show them your ID and whatnot, you have to send them your email address and your account info, and then they need at least, I believe they said, anywhere between 3 and 5 days before they can actually to verify everything and then get back to you. So that's their turnaround time. So keep that in mind. It's 3 to 5 business days. And lastly, they did mention, this was important to me, that they do erase all records of this, and after a certain period of time, and I believe that's 30 days. So just an FYI.
Thank you. And how would I reach Zendesk?
I'll double check that email address and I'll DM you directly. You're open to DMs, correct?
Yes, I am.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll do that.
Thank you all for all your help, and I support Tony and the whole approach you guys are taking. Thank you.
Thanks, Keeper. Appreciate you. Up to here, and then Virus.
Hi there. Hi, Simon. Hi, Mary. Thank you for hosting this. First, I would like to say to the UCC, we support Tony. I support Tony. Whatever he says goes for most of us, me at least. I would also like to bring up something that I haven't heard about today, and that's the the thing that UCC brought up about the class claim. Is that how can we push for that? It seems to be the most logical thing to do, class claim, instead of everybody trying to claim something by their own. What do you think, Simon?
Do you mind just repeating that question? Sorry, I was just responding to a message at the same time.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Yeah, no problem. About the UCC and their message today about possibly doing a class claim. How can we push for that anymore? Because nobody mentioned it today, and I think
my advice is let's get the hell out of Chapter 11 and then look at class claims. That would be my main focus. Yeah.
I think the class claim was in regards to the individual claims we would do for the individual claims.
Yeah. So the current process is you're probably going to have to file a claim form, and then within that, you're filing a claim to get your coins back. And then at the same time, you're filing for fraud against non-contract claims, is what they're calling. They did an FAQ today. Read it like 100 times. Read it very carefully. And then, yeah.
But in that thread, sorry to interrupt. But in that thread, I understood it as they would try to put in a class claim instead of all of us putting in our individual claims. Or did I misunderstand that?
Yeah, they did say that they'll try and do something, but we don't know any information on that yet.
Okay. And just something I would like to mention, if anybody from the UCC is listening, we need to see all the competing bids. We need to see them, all of them, in support of what Tony said before. So please, we need to see it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Virus, Keeper, Lou, and then Ron.
I'm going to jump off after that as well.
Okay, after Ron?
Yeah,
okay.
I've got to jump off as soon as I can.
Yeah, me too. I gotta go to yoga. Go ahead.
Hello, everyone. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
First of all, this is the first time I've been on, so thank you, Simon, for everything you're doing here. I think being in the middle of all this with you is kind of my one saving grace. But basically, long story short, want to reiterate what Tony and the others were mentioning, that the current plan, it's really not attractive at all. I'm in the earn group and in the loan group. And you can just see it for what it is. The one group is being held hostage to kind of bankroll an experiment that, I think we know enough and understand enough to see that this is it's not set up for anything to succeed. It's very flimsy. It's very, I don't want to, preach to the choir here, but I think it bears repeating just for everyone that's listening, that we see it for what it is, and we really hope that we can maximize all the value out of the stalking horse and get a better outcome for all of us. And so my questions were, based on the new developments and the having to make more claims, these two questions are more geared toward the borrow group. Is, with Adler had given us an amendment in the borrow group, which kind of, when I heard you describing the new process that we had to do with the new claims, it sounded like we might have had a leg up. So I kind of wanted to ask the anyone here that can speak on that. I don't know if Ronan is in the audience, But like, how do we stand in terms of Adler's amendment? Is that kind of like a good place to start for us to then, do the new claim? And the second question was, I haven't had a chance to look into this myself, but I had been hearing something about, California residents not having, being excluded, being limited in some other options. And I just wanted to kind of see if anyone here could elaborate on that a bit more. Thank you.
So the form that we did last time with Adler is probably going to be good enough. You might want to add on to it as far as, what other things have come out since then. But he plans to sit down one day. We still have, I think 3 more weeks to file. So he's going to sit down one day and pretty much provide guidance for everybody, not just the borrowers, which is kind of what he did last time. So, thanks to Adler for that. And then the California thing. In California, you're not allowed to not let someone pay off a loan. So the state of California, the regulators, one of their issues with the Noble Wolf plan is that the loans are locked in, which is illegal in California. So we're not really sure what's going to happen. There isn't really any clarity on that yet. But the other plan doesn't lock us in and hold us hostage at gunpoint. Just FYI.
Okay, Lou? Okay, I'm going to move on to Ron.
Hello, everyone. Thanks, Simon, for running the space. I just want to say that I was surprised that someone was defending Jason. He did file first, I think, a litigation or something like that, and he completely in court, completely reverted, and it got thrown away. So just and this guy basically stole funds from you and improperly used them to buy a bunch of NFTs. So I'm amazed that someone could give any sort of credibility to him. But besides that, my question.
No, hold on. You accused me of defending him. Let's also point out that
Christine
Mashinsky picked out these NFTs.
Cam, hold on a second. Hold on, Cam. Who was defending him, Ron?
Talking about Plan C.
I'm not saying that someone was defending. I'm saying that someone was downplaying his role.
Well,
okay.
Ron, just for 1 second. We were just trying to be cordial, just so we can be able to get answers to some questions. That's all. Nobody was defending him. Nobody was. We were just trying to ask questions.
I hope so.
Ron, I'm looking at a tweet from Ron Paul. If you want to delete it, you can delete it. You've accused me of defending Jason. I do not defend Jason. Jason has done things that harmed Celsius customers. He also has valuable information. Okay, so just don't put out misinformation saying that people that ask him questions are somehow defending his actions.
If, as you said it here right now, I agree with you. Okay, that's the issue. It doesn't, as I listening, it didn't come across as that. And I think Crypto Kipyarivan and have actually kind of push against that. So I'm just reiterating what he said. But what I was trying to bring to discussion, and I read the Novel Wolf plan, and it seems really bad, and I think it's somewhat similar to Simon's initial plan, which one of the reasons that it put me off was that if you just sit on your staking assets, just let the assets appreciate, you are bringing up value to all creditors. So if you restructure the loans, you're getting interest paid, potentially to be distributed to all creditors. You got all the staking assets also bringing value to creditors. And with Novel Wolf plan, they are basically charging a fee from all the interest on loans, from all the staking, which currently we are on Chapter 11. The estate is receiving all the staking rewards, potential as a claim to all the interest on the loans. So I do not understand how the Celsius UCC can even argue that is like a staking horse bid. For me, a stalking horse bid or a minimal bid will be just custody all your assets, wait for 3 years, and distribute everything as it is, and restructure the loans as well. So, and I will question this to Simon and maybe even Tony V, because I think they are trying to point that there is a bid that allows some sort of that, like a walk away, and be able to let the asset appreciate. So how is this feed structure is even a better solution than just waiting on our assets to appreciate? Because I did not understand this from the UCC.
You mean the Nova Wolf plan?
The UCC is backing the Nova Wolf plan, yes. Why they are choosing or saying this is a good plan when basically if you just sit on your assets, staking assets, restructure the loans, you have all the value to creditors.
Yeah, so the first is that somebody has to do that because Celsius can't do it. Celsius will end up in a Chapter 7 if they can't just sit on assets. Celsius is not allowed to continue to operate beyond this because they don't have the licenses to do so, and so there has to be somebody to do it to avoid a Chapter 7, and so the two different types of plans is a controlled Chapter 11 liquidation, which was the second plan that I put through, which gave everyone their assets and gave everyone their equity, or a plan of reorganization. But with Nova Wolf, they put the staking ETH. In our plan, we gave everyone their staking ETH back, but they came up with a way of restructuring and renegotiating the loans by backing it with the ETH staking, and then a side consequence of that is a fee is charged upon that. So I gave all my feedback. I put together a video where I did a deep dive on the plan and said, here's the 7 things that were taken out from our original plan, and here's the things I don't like. And then I created another video where I said, all of you that want to compete, here's the 8 different things you can compete on to try and improve it. And so I've given all my feedback on that already.
On that, couldn't the Celsius contract some company to custody their assets, as they were doing with Fireblocks? Which I don't think they have the licenses, but I think Anchorage Digital has. Couldn't the Celsius have a spin-off from the mining company, and eventually they IPO and we get the shares, but just
they have to have
agreement.
someone else do it. They have to go through another company has to emerge that's not Celsius or not operated by Celsius. And there's nobody that wants to run Celsius. They're all restructurers that are in and out, and their job is to get rid of all the lawsuits and all the and settle with everybody. And so Celsius doesn't want to continue to operate. They need a reorg, and they need someone else to do that reorg.
So you're basically telling that because Celsius has no custody license, they cannot custody their funds and not even contract a third party. They have to have the party that existed, the company that exited has to have the licenses. Is that correct?
So firstly, Celsius would have to have a desire to continue to operate, which they don't. Secondly, they'd have to get all the licenses, put in new management, change the risk model, and persuade the regulators that they can come out in a regulatory hostile environment. All the things I've been saying about 9 months ago that got a lot of pushback. So now they need somebody that has. The reason Nova Wolf is here is because Nova Wolf has a structure that has a shot at meeting the regulatory requirements in both securities custody and investment company act. So there's several, and then the lending side as well. But yeah, the option of Celsius just sitting on the assets it is not something that can happen. That's not what this process was.
So the only weird thing is that looking at Voyager, That's like what Binance is proposing, right? They will distribute the assets, but
Exactly.
they have no
Yeah. So
custody.
they'll close the company, settle with everybody, and Binance will take over and distribute all the assets. And then the regulators are saying you don't have the licenses to do that. And then when the judge overruled the regulator, the DOJ said you can't do it as a non-US entity, and we want to hold all these criminal claims. And then the CFTC used that in order to front run the SEC, in order to put out their view on what's going on with Binance behind the scenes.
All right, Simon. That is the end right there. I'm sorry for the last two people that are on the stage, unless you wanted to take a question, but I know you needed to end actually about an hour ago.
Yeah, it was ultra eventful. So I'm glad everyone got that opportunity. I think we learned new things that we didn't know before. And yeah, this turned out to be a bit of a monster. It was just going to be a quick one, but these things, you can't really forecast them. So there was a bunch of really important stuff. So return to the beginning of this. If you joined halfway through, in a very quick summary, there's three processes that are happening right now that you want to understand and be engaged in. The first is there is a reorganization bid, which is Nova Wolf's plan. And they're meant to release their disclosure statement on the 12th of April, which gives us all the details. They've launched the initial terms, which people are giving their feedback on. The second process that's happening side by side is a competing bids under the stalking horse structure for what I would call a controlled Chapter 11 liquidation that many of people have expressed favorable terms around, and that was really the second bid that was leaked by Tiffany Fong for Bank to the Future, but with different operators that are more US based and US first. And then the third process is understanding that we're going to be determining over the coming months what shareholders own and what creditors own. And there is a timeline that's been released by the UCC in order to do a bunch of discovery and investigation, because there's three different things that may lead to a different outcome for creditors owning and shareholders owning. One is that an investigation on the intercompany loan. The shareholders are going to want the intercompany loan to be as low as possible to get the maximum recovery for shareholders. And the creditors are going to want the intercompany loan to be as high as possible in order to get the best recovery for creditors. The second process is that actually it doesn't really matter. There was it's too late, consolidation, which is that they're going to argue in court and object to the Series B claim and the judge ruling and prove that all of the companies operated as one entity. And then the third is very important, which is that you need to have a claim against the different entities, because if it turns out that shareholders have access to the $1 billion of cryptocurrency, the value in the mining operation, the value of GK8 and the private equity, then you as an individual need to have a claim, is the existing advice, not legal advice, against the different entities for non-contract claims. And the UCC has said that fraud and negligent misrepresentation are two of those. And they released an FAQ today that says exactly what fraud and negligent misrepresentation is. They also released what they would consider the fraud and negligent misrepresentation of previous management. And you can refer to that, the Examiner report, the New York Attorney General, the UCC's different things, in order to help you in filing your claim form. And there are a bunch of things and unintended consequences that are meaning that no lawyer wants to give you advice on this. And so as a community, we're kind of piecing together the information that we can. But that third process is probably going to take us right up until June, based upon the UCC's timetable that they suggested today. So those are the three processes, and very, very important. On the 28th of April is the deadline to file your claim form if you're going to be filing one. So really remain engaged in trying to determine how you're going to do it, if you're going to do it. And as much as none of us want to be messing around with claim forms and stuff like that, you may end up losing value if you don't do it. So it's really important to decide. And it also might just be one big nothing burger, because it may all get ruled and determined in court and we were all panicking for no reason. But that is the situation. And if you want to go really deep dive into those, I put a lot of videos on my YouTube on the intercompany loan, the structures, a deep dive into the Nova Wolf terms, suggestions for alternative bidders to change those terms. And also at the beginning of this, I went deep dive into those three different processes. And I will continue each week to give updates on what I'm seeing, because I signed an agreement with Celsius in order to try and provide some more transparency to this process. And there's certain things they tell me I can't say, and there's other things where I believe that they're being pretty transparent in trying to get through this. So we'll continue to give updates, and it really is a community effort. And over and out. I'll upload this to YouTube as well. Feel free to add something in the comments, and the community might be able to answer your questions as well. Okay, thanks everybody.
Hey Simon, before you go, I just wanted to ask the person who asked the question about the being locked out or whatever. Was that BSH?
Yes.
If it's BSH, I'm having a hard time finding him. So if you can just like message me directly, I'll share with you the email address that you need. So just DM me, and that was basically it. And by the way, Simon and Cam, I always meant to say this to you. You guys were the only two people that didn't scoff at me regarding the $9 billion intracompany loan thing. So I really thank you for giving me a platform to speak, and for not dismissing it on the face. So I really appreciate you for that. Thank you.
Thanks, Keeper.
Yeah, awesome. And I while we're giving out thanks to everyone, thanks to all the community that came up and asked questions. Tony, he may come across as a bit of a clown, but he's been doing a bunch of work behind the scenes that have really helped creditors. And some of the stuff he's been doing has been absolutely incredible. Like, he's been working on his custody settlement, but then he's been helping borrowers, he's been helping earn, he's been helping bidders. He really has done an amazing service to the community, and at the same time, speaking out against all the shit that he's seeing. Cam, you asked some amazing questions, and of course, Mary, thank you so much for hosting today and dealing with all our testosterone and shit and fraud and all sorts of things that you're having to deal with.
Thank you, Simon, as always. I really appreciate helping out. And thank you, everybody, for being a part of this. Hopefully we'll get out of this sooner than later.
And we got to say Crypto Keeper. I got to do that one. Crypto Keeper and Harry King for getting ridiculed for the $9 billion loan when everyone was saying, what the hell are you talking about? And it turned out it was the linchpin of the entire case. And pushing hard.
All right.
It would really suck if we don't get anything out of it. That's all I'm saying. I don't care about being right, man. You have no idea. This has been the story of my life, and it's really annoying because it's usually to our detriment that, I'm always, when I'm right about these types of things. So, it fucking sucks. So I hope, I'm keeping fingers crossed, trying to stay positive. Thank you, Mary, and thank you, Simon, again, for putting up with my shit.
I just want a PSA about the new 1099s. If people have not opened them, I was shocked. It is not reflecting my liquidated loan, and it's significantly less. So if someone's done their taxes, I'm sorry, but I would open them, just so you know. It makes no sense to me how it can go from one number to the other, just so you know. FYI, check those new 1099s. They're coming in.
Thanks, SP. And thanks, everybody. Hugs to y'all. Good night.